Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Chestnut Ridge Racket Club in beautiful Mount Kisco, New York. We're here for day two of the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout. We're going to have a lot more action for you today with the latter stage matches of the tournament. And I am joined again today by my co-host, Bob Cheviar. Good afternoon, Bob.
Good afternoon, Brian. I must say, like you, I had never done this before, so after 6 hours in the broadcast booth yesterday, I slept like a baby.
I did as well. I had a good night's sleep. I got up and I hit a few balls early this morning, and we're here now back. It's a little warmer here today. The players are certainly going to be feeling it. I spoke with a couple of the players a few minutes ago, and these guys are young guys, but a lot of these guys are out there, and they're had to recover after a long day yesterday. You know, even though these guys are extremely high-level tennis players, most of them played at a very high level, Division I college tennis, on the Futures and Challenger circuit on the ATP Tour. Some of these guys are now teaching pros as that's their profession, and they're not training 5 hours a day anymore. So they're, a little shocked to the system yesterday. And
For sure.
I think that, we'll see who recovers better today. The first match we're going to have for you on the main show court is Alvaro Regalado versus Gabriel Friedrich. I'm sorry. You got to look at both of them yesterday. Again, Regalado is currently the number 2 Division II player in the country, and Gabe Friedrich is I believe a 2017 graduate. I might be wrong about that, of the University of South Carolina, but played at an extremely high level at the University of South Carolina. Had a very successful career. And for those of you that don't know, we have a live chat also today, and we had it yesterday also. And the interesting thing, Bob, is that I'm watching the live chat here on my laptop. A bunch of Gabe Friedrich's former teammates from the University of South Carolina chimed in, and they were giving him a little support and a little razzing in the live chat.
Well, let's hope they show up again today. We're getting a look now at some of the results from yesterday's draw. Is there anything that stood out to you, Brian, as a particularly well-played match that we enjoyed watching?
Well, there was a lot of enjoyable tennis yesterday, but the thing that stuck out to me the most coming into this day, it was Jose Salazar and the ease in which he's advanced through this draw so far. He is just very, very efficiently, and only had to play 2 matches yesterday and won them both very easy. He should be fresh today, and it's going to be interesting to see him play Brian Shih. Brian Shih is currently the number 2 player at Harvard University, and a very high-level player. Was one of the top juniors in the country going into Harvard. He's going into his junior year now at Harvard. Had a very successful sophomore year before the season. Unfortunately, got cut short because of the pandemic. He was an overall 6-3 in dual matches for a very strong Harvard team that at the time that the season was shut down Harvard was 11-1. Their lone loss coming to Cornell in the finals of the spring indoor ECAC tournament. So, Brian did comment to me yesterday about how good it feels to be out there competing again. In fact, several of the players have. But if you ask me what stood out to me, it's the ease in which Salazar came through the draw yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. He's really setting himself up to have an easier time of it, especially like you mentioned, today it's a little warmer, it's more humid than yesterday, and some of the guys that are starting off our 2 o'clock session would actually have to win 4 matches going forward if they were to try to emerge as the champion. Even that's after yesterday's play. So, as you were saying yesterday, if you can stick in the winner's bracket as long as possible, your route to the championship is much smoother.
That's correct, Bob. Now, we have up on the screen the prize money breakdown for this event. Bob, do you want to take us through that?
Sure. So The winner of the event, as you can see, is going to come away with $1,500, which is a nice chunk of change for a 2-day event. And the money has been distributed all the way down to 5th and 6th place, so that some of the players who played extremely well but didn't quite get to the finals or the semifinals are going to be part of the distribution as well. This is an excellent amount of money to be playing for these guys, and I think they're all happy to be having that at the end of the road.
Okay, well, I see Regalado is just walking out on the court to begin his warm-up versus Gabe Friedrich. We're still awaiting Gabe Friedrich. But, Bob, real quickly, do you want to rehash the rules and the regulations for this
yeah,
event?
So if you're just tuning in, you got a chance to look at the draw sheet, which was up, and it's a double elimination tournament. Once, if you would lose in the main draw, you would then fill in or feed into the losers bracket, and you still have a chance to come all the way through and win this event. Each match is 2 short sets up to 4, with a tiebreaker played at 3-3, and it's no ad scoring, which adds a lot of dynamism and excitement to a match. We saw quite a few important no ad points yesterday. And if the players do split those 2 short sets, they would play a super tiebreaker to decide the match.
Okay, thank you, Bob. We have our first question of the day from Christina Kruglova. Christina is asking, what's the schedule for the court that's being streamed? So, Christina, the first match that we're going to have on the stream court is Alvaro Regalado versus Gabriel Friedrich. This is a, for lack of a better word, a loser's draw match. Both of these gentlemen have 1 loss. Again, this being a double elimination event, so these two are going to be playing to stay in the event. And simultaneously, while they are playing 2 courts away, we have the other losers bracket match between Gary Krishnarovich and Patrick Maloney. So we have St. John's playing Michigan out on court 8. But the first match is going to be on the stream court is going to be Gabriel Friedrich, who we did get a look at yesterday, and also Alvaro Regalado. The second streamed match after this first streamed match, the second streamed match is going to be the finals of the top bracket, the winner's bracket, which will be Brian Shee, the current number 2 player at Harvard, versus Jose Salazar, the former Arkansas Razorback. But that term, winner's bracket and finals of the winner's bracket, be careful, because even the loser of that match has a chance to come back and play in the finals of the event, because neither Brian Shee or Salazar have lost yet, so they're the only 2 players out of the 6 remaining players that don't yet have a loss yet in this double elimination event. So, and then after that, Christina, we don't know what the schedule is because we don't know who's going to win the matches. So the schedule will be decided for the stream court as we go.
Well, I would just add that as part of the seeding committee, we do have the number 1 and 2 seeds meeting in the finals of the winners bracket.
That's
and
correct.
Part of that, we have to give credit to the UTR rating system, which was a big part of our decision-making process. It wasn't exclusive UTR, but even when comparing UTRs of pros, the system does an extremely good job of picking match winners when people are matched up. So I want to give a shout out to them and say what a great job they did in preparing their system and helping us to run a good event.
Okay, so speaking, before we get to the UTRs, but we do want to say again, thank you to all of our sponsors that have made this event possible. You see a slide on the screen there of all the different sponsors who we'll be talking about individually as we go through this event. Now, Bob had just mentioned about the UTR, which is the Universal Tennis rating system, rates players as low on a scale between 1 and I believe the highest rating is over 16. And I think Novak Djokovic or Roger Federer or Nadal, one of them has the highest UTR, and I believe it's over 16. I don't know that for sure, but I believe it's in that area. But just to give you a frame of reference, the two players that you see warming up here, Gabriel Friedrich in the blue shirt on the side closer to us, and Alvaro Regalado wearing all white on the far side. Gabe Friedrich on the near side, his current UTR is 12.62. But that's only because Gabe graduated college a couple years ago and is not playing competitively as regularly anymore. To give you a little further frame of reference, his high UTR during his, I believe this was during his senior year of college, it might have been just after, was 14.46. Okay, that is an incredibly high UTR for a player in college. There may only be one or two players in college that have a rating, and I'm not even sure there are at this point, with a rating over 15 or close to 15. But so you see that Gabriel Friedrich's UTR while he was playing college tennis was extremely high, and that's why, Bob, he was on all first an SEC team, all first team SEC selection in 2008, and had an incredible career at the University of South Carolina. Now, on the far side, Alvaro Regalado, his current UTR is 12.64, and that is that's a very recent UTR, very accurate UTR. Alvaro Regalado is playing at a Division II school in Georgia called Columbus State, and folks, don't let that be any mistake. Division II tennis, especially at the top level, is extremely high, the level of tennis. In fact, Alvaro is one of the top players in Division II. He's currently was the number 2 ranked singles player in Division II college tennis at the time the season was shut down for the pandemic. And I can tell you, he only lost one match all year, Bob, in the fall. It was in a fall individual tournament that he lost to the number 1 player in the country, who I believe was from Barry University, which is a small school in Miami, Florida. But when Alvaro and that fellow met again during the dual match season, Alvaro took him apart and beat him very badly. So the only loss he had all year, he avenged it. Why he is still ranked number 2 and not number 1, well, has something to do with the mathematical formula in the way that the ITA, the Intercollegiate Tennis Association, calculates their rankings, which, there's very often a little funny business. So, Bob, as you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic here, and we can't forget about that. So can you talk a little bit about the safety precautions that Chestnut Ridge is taking for this event?
Yeah. Well, as a former tournament director here at Chestnut Ridge, the way we would run tournaments was always with the players first in mind, to make it a great experience for them. And Brad Breakstone has continued in that tradition, but he has the additional responsibility of making sure that the guests who come to watch, the few that are here spread out on the lawn, us here in the booth, the players, all remain playing under extremely safe conditions. So you can see a list there up on your screen of some of the precautions that have been put into place, and we feel very confident here at Chestnut Ridge that this is a safe environment for people to come out and participate and play in the event, while most of you can stay home and luckily or not, listen to Brian and me tell you about what's going on.
So, and you can't see either Bob or I, and even though we're sitting next to each other in the booth behind Court 10, we are separated by by some plexiglass for our safety. So we're both Bob and I and Chestnut Ridge and Philip, our producer, and Zoe, our assistant producer, are taking the utmost precautions, and we certainly can't forget that we are in the middle of a pandemic here, especially. But I have to tell you, Bob, and one thing that I have noticed, tennis seems to be the perfect sport for the pandemic. You're far away from your opponent. It seems to be the ideal social distancing sport. And I think tennis, for lack of a better word, and of course none of us want to see a pandemic
Right.
hit anybody out there, but I think this has been a good summer for tennis at the clubs around Westchester. A lot of the members are not traveling, staying around, and at least for the club I play at very regularly at New Rochelle Tennis Club, it's been a good summer there. Everybody is out there but keeping their distance and playing very safely and playing good tennis. So, tennis is obviously a non-contact sport, and I really think tennis is in a prime position to be the first major sport to come back in a big way due to the pandemic. We all
Yes.
know the NBA has started a little bit. The Major League Baseball started a little bit. There's been some, setbacks in Major League Baseball. The NBA seems to be doing a good job with their bubble, and I actually really have enjoyed the way the NBA has set up their production of the games in Orlando. Other than the fact that the teams aren't playing defense, but it's been pretty exciting, and I'm glad to see that sports are starting to come back, and we're starting to figure out a way to play sports safely.
Our players out here are just finishing up their warm-up, and I've been watching it quite a bit. I must say, Alvaro looks nice and relaxed, but I'm worried maybe a little too relaxed in his approach to the game today. So we'll see what type of start he gets, because in this short set format, if you don't get a pretty good start, of course you're climbing uphill, but you don't have that much time to get up the hill. So it'll be interesting to see how everything starts off. The players are just going one last time to go to their tennis bags, get what they need, and we're going to be starting momentarily.
That's an interesting observation, Bob. We'll see how Alvaro responds if he comes out. Maybe that's his way of warming up. Again, yesterday was our first time getting a look at Alvaro Regalado, so that might just be the way his disposition. He does seem like a relaxed guy to me. I did get a chance to talk to him a little bit yesterday. He was mentioning to us how his family was watching the live stream. I believe his family's back in Spain. He did have some friends and maybe family with him here yesterday, and he was glad to see that we were streaming the matches, and his friends and family at a distance were able to watch him play. Playing at a Division II school down in Columbus State. I don't know how many of his matches are streamed online. A lot of the Division I schools are starting to stream their matches regularly, but I don't know how if his school does that.
So just quickly, just one thing, because the players just spun the racket. So back when you were playing, let's say, tournaments, Brian, would you show up on the court and spin the racket immediately, or would you wait till the conclusion of the warm-up?
Well,
typically?
if there was a referee there, they always spin it before the warm-up begins. That's actually the rule. But when there's no referee there and the players do it themselves, they usually wait until after the warm-up.
Okay, that's what these guys did.
I would prefer it to be after the warm-up, so you get a little feel. What side you want to serve on, what side you want what side you want to receive on, which side you want to start on. But the rule technically is that the bracket should be spun or the coin should be flipped, and
before the warm-up.
Before the warm-up begins.
Okay, we're ready to play tennis.
Okay, here we go. Alvaro Regalado to serve in the first game. On the far side, to Gabe Friedrich on the closer side in the blue shirt.
For those of you that were watching yesterday, remember Brad and I have our $2 bets going, and this match is no exception. We've come up each with our favorite player here, so we'll see how things shake out.
That's correct, Bob, and I believe I took Regalado in this match, and you took Gabe again, right?
Yes.
And I was a little hesitant this time. I know I went against Gabe yesterday, but in the final match in the evening, Gabe really stepped it up. So I expect this one to be a good one. And here we are at 15-all in the first game. Both players exchanging errors in the first 2 points. Gabe made a backhand error on the first point, and Regalado missed a sitter forehand on the second point. So 15-all in this first game. Excellent play there by Regalado with a very sharp out wide serve there, and I thought Gabe did get a good look at it, but put the ball a little short down the middle of the court, and Regalado was able to step in and take care of that forehand. Regalado serving at 30-15. The players checking out the mark off that wide first serve by Regalado. And I believe that if you have to look at the mark for that long, it should be called in, I would think. And these two jabbing a little bit and having a nice conversation here. And I believe Gabe gave him the point there. So we're at 40-15 in this first game for
Well,
Regalado.
yesterday I saw nothing but good sportsmanship from all the guys. When there was any doubt, it was always resolved with the ball being called in.
It
so
did. We did see.
It was really nice to see.
We did see a lot of good sportsmanship, and out here yesterday we saw a lot of the
Well, I
players
guess
talking
in
in between
case,
matches.
It's
Oh, I'm sorry. They're playing the point over, it looks like. Okay, so they came to an agreement there,
Yeah.
and I got to tell you, folks, you would never see that in a college tennis match or on a futures match on the Futures Tour. But good sportsmanship here by the players in this exhibition event. And yeah, I do think Gabe did come to play today. He does seem to be on top of the ball quite a bit more and hitting with a little more emphasis than he did hit yesterday, Bob.
Just as an aside, I mean, as a teaching professional, we always tell our students, whatever you do, you never do it over. So these guys just made a little bit of their own rule, but in the name of sportsmanship, I think that's just fine.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right. So, and here's an interesting fact. Gabe only had to play 2 matches yesterday because he got a walkover in this first match in the back draw, or I'm sorry, the losers bracket. And wow, what a deep forehand from Gabe, deep backhand from Gabe to set up the easy forehand, and he's now got a break point, 30-40. So Gabe is certainly off to a fast start here, but Gabe only had to play 2 matches yesterday. He played the first match on and then the last match on of the day.
That's right.
So he should be pretty fresh today. And Gabe was right on that kick second serve from Regalado and gets the break to open up the match.
Well, that was just beautifully done, taking his opportunity at break point second serve and going for it right at the start of the match. And that target that he hit was perfect.
That's correct, Bob.
It was not right next to the line. He had a foot to spare either way and still hit it with plenty of authority. That's the way you want to play a shot like that.
He was right on top of that and was able to lower his right shoulder and put it lean into that backhand, move through, and as he moved through it, it was really a beautiful return to earn the break. So now Gabriel Friedrich serving at 1-love in the first set, up a break. Gabe gets the backhand error from Regalado, 15-love. Was that I couldn't see, Bob. Was that a
I
ball in?
believe he said something, but I believe the ball was good.
So yeah, with the way from the way Gabe hit that ball, it looked like it was in, but I'm not sure. So I think Gabe is up 30 love here in this second game,
30
up
love.
a break.
That's correct, Zoe.
And I just got an update from the other match that's on court 8. Patrick Maloney is up a break on Gary Kushnerovich. He's up a break 3-2. Maloney serving for the first set. And we get a double fault from Gabe. So now it's 15. Gabe serving at 15-30, up 1 love with a break.
Well, looks like Maloney has just won that first set.
I'm sorry?
I think Maloney just won the first set.
Okay, so Maloney's up a set now. And Regalado stepped it up a little bit on that point, got the backhand error from Gabe. Now 30 all in this second game. Again, Gabe serving up a break. So Regalado making an effort to get that break back. He doesn't want to let Gabriel Friedrich consolidate that break. Second serve. And great defense there by Regalado to earn the break point. Now 30-40. So Gabe is certainly hitting the ball with a lot more authority than yesterday, but I think he has to be potentially cautious about overcooking his forehand. An excellent kick serve to save the break point. So now we're at a deuce point, and a reminder to everybody that we're playing no ad scoring.
Well, that kicker in the ad court was what he showed us yesterday. When he really wanted a point, that's where he would go with that first serve in the ad court.
He certainly did, and so now this is a crucial point here, a deuce point. The winner of this point will take the game, and Regalado chose to receive on the deuce side. And wow, and Gabe had a really good look at a high backhand volley there, and just took his eye off it and dumped it in the net. So now Regalado breaks back. We're at 1-1 in the first set. And that just shows you how quickly things could change, because Gabe looked like he was going to take command of this first set. However, not so fast.
He did.
Regalado said not so fast. And we just got another comment from Mark McAndrew, who is my legal partner. Mark comments, look out John Sterling and Susan Waldman, referring to the Yankees commentators. Thanks, Mark, for tuning in. So now Patrick Maloney has won the first set on court 8 over Gary Kushnerovich. It's 4-2. And wow, what an unbelievable passing shot Regalado just hit on the first point of this third game.
Fantastic shot. He really had to get his back foot over there and plant and rotate, and he did a great job of that ball.
Wow. Gabe just
that was a fantastic point.
Gabe just hit, I think, 3 lines in that point, using his forehand to move Regalado around the court there. And Regalado said, hey, buddy, there's nothing I can do. You're hitting line. You're moving me side to side, line. So, that was an excellent play by Gabe. And that just showed you, Gabe just showed you what his forehand can do. So we're at 15 all now. Oh, interesting. Really, really great touch shot there from Alvaro Regalado, and Gabe actually had a pretty good look at it, but was unable to get it over the high part of the net there. Tried to sneak it down the line, but just put the ball into the top of the net there. I'm looking over at the small gallery that's gathering here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. I see that Mark Lowitz has come in. Mark is a former Division III All-American at playing out of Rochester from in the late 80s, and a good friend of mine and frequent hitting partner of mine. So glad to see Mark here. So now Regalado serving at 30-15, second serve. Regalado pushes that slice backhand a little long, so now we're at 30 all. And, you know, I think I said this about Regalado yesterday, but the interesting thing about him, Bob, is his UTR is a very respectable 12.62, I believe, or 12.64. And I truly believe that if he was playing against higher level competition day in and day out in Division I, his UTR would be significantly higher. He certainly could be playing at the Division I level, and you know, who knows how he wound up at Columbus State in Division II, but I'm sure there's a lot of Division I coaches out there that would love to have a player of this talent and this caliber as he wins that point to go up 40-30 in this game. But you know, there's all kinds of reasons why players go to Division II schools or Division III schools or NAIA schools over Division I schools. Some of them has to do with scholarship money, the scholarship money in Division I being limited by the NCAA to 4.5 scholarships per team. So perhaps, oh, what an excellent serve up to tee from Regalado to close out this game. He's now up 2-1 in this first set, and has really brought the heat.
I think it's important now for Gabe. He's trailing 2-1, but it's important for him to look at how we got to the score that we got to, because he had that easy volley to go up 2-love, didn't quite execute, and in this last game he had 30 all second serve right in his forehand wheelhouse and didn't make the shot. So potentially Gabe was a couple of shots away from being ahead, maybe even 3-love here.
That's correct, Bob. And do we want to say thank you to Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, Bob?
You read it. I'll.
Okay. So as you know, our hosts here today are Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. Founded in 1969, Chestnut Ridge Racket Club has become the tennis players' club of choice in Westchester County. They have 6 indoor and 4 outdoor Hart-True courts that allow Chestnut Ridge to offer many programs for tennis enthusiasts of all different ages and levels. Former Top 100 WTA Tour player Olga Warshaw heads a strong group of pros specializing in developing junior players. Thank you again to Chestnut Ridge.
So my entire, or almost my entire career as tennis teaching pro and director of tennis has been here at Chestnut Ridge. And I'm extremely proud to be associated with this club in the atmosphere that we've tried to provide for residents of Westchester during my time here, and continuing now under the leadership of Brad Breakstone. We are an extremely tennis-oriented club. We're just a tennis club, but what I mean by tennis-oriented, we care about the players first. And in all the programs that we run here, this is really evident, and everybody who has made this their home feels really comfortable playing here.
That's correct, and I can tell you that's one of the players that does play here quite often. It is an absolute joy to play tennis at Chestnut Ridge. So here we are, Gabe Friedrich now to serve down 1-2 in the second set. Oh, I'm sorry, in the first set. And Regalado trying to get to the Friedrich backhand, which is certainly appears to be the weaker side. It does a good job of doing that there and getting the error from Friedrich. Now, love 15.
Well, Gabe was going back to the kick serve there. He just didn't make it that time.
And he did a great job of getting that out wide, and I don't know how Regalado got around that ball to hit a forehand, but what a return he hit. An inside-in forehand return, and just off the baseline. And Regalado has given himself an opening here in this game. It's now love 30.
That was a fantastic move by Regalado.
Absolutely fantastic move. Regalado moves around the court so smoothly. Now, Friedrich with a second serve at love 30. And gets the lackadaisical backhand error from Regalado. I'm surprised that Regalado didn't play that point with a little bit more emphasis. It was looking like he was in the driver's seat here to pick up a break, and which would allow him to serve for the first set.
That's
I gotta
beautiful.
Tell you,
side to side,
beautiful.
open him up.
Watching Gabe hit his forehand when he's hitting it well, it's just he lines up, he gets a deep knee bend, and really moves through the ball very, very nicely. It's really a beautiful stroke. .30 all. What a great, smart return there by Regalado. The short forehand bunt up the line, and caused all kinds of problems for Friedrich, and Regalado has now earned himself another break point.
Well, here I think he may go down the tee. No, he goes wide one again.
And wow, Friedrich hit a
wow,
unbelievable,
what a beautiful kick serve.
Beautiful
right
kick serve out
line.
wide, and there was room to spare. I'm sitting right on the right sideline. That ball was about 2 inches inside the right sideline, and still kicked up and away from the Regalado backhand.
So no surprise here, Regalado's choosing the deuce court, Brian.
No surprise. I don't blame him. I would not want to face that kick serve out wide. As much as I like people serving into my backhand, I would probably do the same as Regalado here. And I just looked over. Gary Kushnerovich just hit a backhand volley about 50 feet outside the court. I don't know what that was about. I assume he is down in that match. It's an interesting play from Regalado to play moonball tennis here, and let's see if it works. And oh, what an excellent point there by Regalado. He played an absolutely incredible point. The moonball tennis allowed him to open up the Friedrich backhand, and I got to tell you, Gabe did play some great defense there, and I thought he had a good look at that passing shot by Regalado.
He anticipated well.
He anticipated. He saw it was coming cross court and closed it up. And I just got an update. I just got an update that Maloney is up 2-0 in the second set on Kushnerovich. And that must be why Gary Kushnerovich punished that tennis ball on that backhand volley and sent it about 50 feet outside the court. But so now Regalado is up 3-1 in the first set, and is really in the driver's seat here now, Bob. He's going to serve for the first set.
I think Gabe cracked his frame there.
It looked like he may have cracked his frame. I did see him smack it on the ground there. He was not happy with himself. After that,
the use of that moonball on that important point was really interesting, because you're really daring the other guy to go for a little bit more, and Gabe didn't take the bait, but he didn't really take charge of the point either. And then Regalado said, okay, I'm going to take charge.
Well, I think he felt a little bit of the pressure there. You know, I think at a different score, he probably would have taken a little bit more of a chance and gone after one of those forehands.
It was all about the score.
They were high moon balls, and they were not easy balls to take advantage of. So now Regalado serving at 3-1 in the first set. And I think Gabe punished a couple forehands there, a little bit out of frustration and a little bit out of possible strategy. Love 15. And wow, that was an excellent defensive passing shot there by Gabe. That was a tricky approach shot that Regalado had.
He faked the drop shot.
Yep.
Had me faked, and Gabe still saw the change and got over there and hit a tremendous reaching passing shot.
I think the one mistake that Regalado made there was running around the forehand to hit a backhand and then opening up the court. He wasn't able to get over for that forehand volley because he was a little bit out of position. But excellent shot there by Gabe to move Regalado off the court, and now Gabe's got a big opening here at love 30.
Love 40.
Love 40, I'm sorry. And Regalado takes care of one break point. But again, because we're playing no ad, the next 3 points are all break points for Gabe Friedrich.
So Gabe can get right back in the middle of things here.
Sure can.
And he is. Excellent return of serve.
An excellent return of serve there by Gabe. So now Gabe gets the break back, and he's going to serve now to stay in the first set, down 2-3, but back on serve.
Well, we have the odd circumstance here, Brian, where we've had 5 games at this level of tennis, and we've had 4 service breaks.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that has to do with neither one of these players has a real tremendous serve, but and also we're playing on a very slow hard-shoe court. Now, one of our sponsors is GAF. GAF is the leading roofing manufacturer in North America, with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproof business in the world. Thank you, GAF, for sponsoring the 2020 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. And I believe that Patrick Maloney has taken care of Gary Kushnerovich, and Patrick is going to advance on here and has eliminated Gary Kushnerovich from the tournament. So again, Patrick Maloney playing at a very, very high level here today, and I'm sorry to see my friend Gary depart from this event. However, all credit to Patrick Maloney, who is playing some excellent tennis. Gabe again serving at 2-3 and just overcooks that forehand. Really had Regalado off the court, but Regalado got back into position so fast and really kind of forced that error from Friedrich. So now Regalado going back to the towel, and it looks like Friedrich is a little perturbed by Regalado taking a little bit of extra time here. But again, it is a very hot and humid day here, and
So
these players are sweating profusely.
We've seen Gabe today in particular using some short angle ground strokes to open up the court as opposed to the standard power the ball deep and hard. And that time he did miss the forehand, but he really set it up with that short angle forehand to pull his opponent off the court.
That's correct, Bob. He does have a lot of range off of that forehand. Can do a lot of different things with it. So now it's 15 all. And there, Regalado didn't do much with that passing shot and gave Friedrich a pretty easy volley. And I got to tell you, Friedrich, he moved into that volley very nicely and threw it, but he did let it drop a little, and I feared that he was going to catch the top of the net again.
He didn't look that comfortable up there.
He did not look that comfortable up there. That's correct. So now, but he's up. He did make that volley, and it's up 30-15. Gabe is really using that forehand to move Regalado around the court, and has a game point now up 40-15 in this game to even the match at 3-all.
See, that point is what I call rubber band theory. No matter how well someone moves, if you keep running them side to side, sooner or later they're going to snap. Some people snap sooner than others. At that time, Regalado ran a couple down, but it ended up being a pretty easy overhead for Gabe there.
That's an interesting theory, Bob, and that was an excellent return by Regalado.
But
Gabe just put a ball right down at his feet there to earn the hold, and now we're at 3-all in the first set. These two will play a tiebreaker to decide the first set here. So I've never heard it called rubber band theory before, Bob, but I'm wondering if you have a name now for the other end of that theory, the guy that's on defense just trying to make the other guy hit one more ball and somehow comes up with one more ball just to force the error. Is there a name for that theory?
I think you just called it. One more ball.
Okay. So Regalado serving the first point in this tiebreaker here, and gets the forehand error off the return from Gabe. But I'll tell you, watching Gabe move Regalado around the court with that forehand, he's got a lot of range on the forehand. There's a lot of different things he can do on that forehand. He can drive you off the court. He can angle you off the court. He can hit the high and heavy to you to the backhand, which is a great play to try to force a short ball. He even at times he can flatten it out a little bit. We don't see him do that too often there, but because he's got so much different range on the forehand, so many different things he can do with it, it keeps his opponent on his toes, don't you think?
Totally.
It's now 15 love. I'm sorry, it's now 1 love in the tiebreaker, Regalado. Now Regalado with the error, so now we're at 1-all in the tiebreaker.
I'm still feeling like Gabe is just half an inch away.
Okay, I believe he's very close, Bob. I feel like Regalado is fighting to stay in this, and Gabe is very close to putting it all together, but it could go the other way very quickly. Now, Gabe has the slight advantage in the tiebreaker, where we are on serve at 2, or Regalado is now going to serve at 1-2 in this first set tiebreaker.
It's 2-1. Friedrich, yes,
yep.
Perfect.
So Regalado serving at 1-2 in this tiebreaker, this first set tiebreaker. Wow. Regalado really pumped up that first serve. So now we're at 2-all in the first set tiebreaker.
Wow.
That's the second forehand off a Regalado second serve that Gabe has overcooked.
Well, the second one in the tiebreaker.
Second one in the tiebreaker.
The third one in the match where it's sitting right in his strike zone, and he's flagged it. Very unlike Gabe to give away a point on a ball like that.
So now Gabe serving down 2-3 in this first set tiebreaker. Now, that was an excellent forehand approach there by Gabe. Put it very close to the line, drove Regalado off the court, and we're at 3-all in this first set tiebreaker.
Excellent placement there. That ball was a little below the net, and he still went after it.
That was not an easy ball. Now, as the players switch sides, they're going to towel off and take a quick drink. So just want to remind all the viewers out there that we have a live chat on the screen if you'd like to send in any questions or comments for either Bob or myself. Throughout the day today, we're going to be bringing in a few different local tennis personalities, coaches, to talk a little bit to the audience out there. I believe after this first match, we're going to have a short interview with local coach Patrick Hurst, and talk to him a little bit about what he's doing, the players he's coached, and just generally about tennis a little bit. So stay with us for that. Now, Gabe Friedrich serving at 3-all in this first set tiebreaker. Oh, an interesting passing shot there, attempt there, and gets the error off the Friedrich volley. So now Regalado serving up 4-3 in this first set tiebreaker with a mini break. So we have a question for online sent in by Phantom 4 Kiwi, who I'm pretty sure I know who this is, who is asking, who is the greatest New Zealand player you have ever played against? And I'm pretty sure I know who that is, and I'm going to tell him, unfortunately, it is certainly not him, but it was a gentleman by the name of Craig Green, who I played in college, who was also from New Zealand, who had excellent one-handed backhand. So now Regalado serving second serve and gets the backhand error from Friedrich. Friedrich just pushed that backhand over the baseline. So now Regalado up 5-3 in the first set tiebreaker, and he's going to let Gabe come and take a look at the mark, and I guess Gabe is satisfied that he did in fact push that backhand a little bit long.
So for those of you club players at home and you see the player walking to the other side of the net, if you are invited over by your opponent, that's totally fine. You can't just unilaterally head over there and take a look at the mark. But
and that is correct. And in an officiated match, the umpire has to invite you over. So
right.
It's not up to the players if there is an umpire actually calling the match. Now second serve here from Regalado, up 5-3 in this tiebreaker, and very close forehand, but he misses just wide. So now Friedrich will serve at 4-5 in this first set tiebreaker.
So given just a little bit of life here.
Yep. And again, sorry to Phantom 4 Kiwi, but unfortunately that gentleman is not the best player from New Zealand that I've ever played against. And as I mentioned, I have played a number of players from New Zealand throughout my junior and college and very, very short professional career, but I think the best I can recall, a gentleman by the name of Craig Green that I played in college, was the best player from New Zealand that I've ever played against.
Well, so we're at 5-all.
We're at 5-all now in this first set tiebreaker after excellent inside-out forehand.
Gabe has been burned a couple times serving this wide ball to the forehand. I'm going to think he's learned his lesson. He's going to go up the tee here.
And he did try to go up the tee there, but caught the top of the net, and the let bounced a little long. We're not playing lets here today anyway. It's now second serve at 5-all. Oh, Regalado he hit an excellent flat forehand off that return to get Gabe moving to his right, and then was able to hit a flat forehand to Gabe's backhand. And as Gabe tried to move left, he didn't move as smoothly and couldn't get under that backhand. And over the last 2 days, I've seen a number of backhands that Gabe has had trouble getting under, and he does something very interesting on his backhand that I haven't seen very much. But as he's following through, he kind of comes over the ball with the face of the racket during his follow through, and it looks like he's trying to get a little bit of extra spin there. But I think it may cause him a few errors. It's now set point here for Regalado. And Regalado takes care of that first set, 7-5 in the tiebreaker, and you'll now up one set to love. A very, very tight first set there from Regalado. So, Bob, give us your analysis of that first set in a whole. Not much separating these two players.
Not much at all. A couple of key points. I mean, even here in the tiebreaker, we were all the way to 5-5, and Gabe missed the backhand. It was a pretty good shot he had to deal with, but normally a shot he would at least keep in play and keep things going. And Regalado did a great job there of getting control of that last point and coming in to finish. I don't think there's much to separate these two guys right now.
That's correct, Bob. And if there was one thing that I noticed, I would have to say that Regalado played slightly better on the bigger points there. Now, Perry's Roofing. Perry's Roofing is a locally owned and operated company that values honesty and integrity in all aspects of our business. Our services are customized to your individual needs. Their services are customized to your individual needs, paying close attention to the details of each project that they are involved with. Check out the new bar just outside of Court 10 at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. Thank you, Perry's Roofing, for the bar outside of Court 10. Thank you for sponsoring this event. Couldn't have done it without you. And I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Perry from Perry's Roofing Company. And Perry is a friend of ours here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. A wonderful guy, loves to play tennis, takes lessons constantly from Brad Breakstone, the director of tennis, and is a member of the Thursday night men's league here. And Perry has really, really improved his game and worked very hard to improve his game.
He's been bitten by the tennis bug, no doubt.
He certainly has.
He'd be here 8 days a week if he could.
From what I hear and I have inside sources that tell me this, Bob, but Perry in his office runs statistics and models to figure out how he can improve his ranking in the Thursday night league and where he's going to be depending on who his partner is and what the probability of who his partner is going to be on any given Thursday night. And I can't tell you who has shared that information with me because it's secretive information and confidential, but I hear Perry is slightly obsessed with it. So now we have another comment from Christina Kuglova in the online chat, live chat of the live stream. She says, it has been rare here in USTA junior tennis for a player to come over, but sometimes they do, even though it's a hard court. I think she's talking about when Gabe Friedrich came over and checked the mark on Regalado's side after Regalado invited him over here. And there you see some of the sportsmanship and the friendly nature of the competition here today that looked like Friedrich and Regalado had a little exchange, a little joking between the two in between during the changeover there. And
yes.
That's nice to see too. Who knows if one of them's playing a little game with one over the other, trying to get in their head, but it looked like they were having a fairly nice conversation that you would see between two club players. And that's one of the nice things about tennis. And Gabe opens up the second set with a little bit of fire, a big out wide serve, and moves into a nice backhand and runs Regalado off the court. So 15-love. Oh, Regalado
so you're
went for a
talking
big
about
forehand
getting
there.
in each other's heads. I mean, there's been a little bit of a game within the game in terms of each guy, when they're the receiver, has made the server wait several times when the server's been ready to serve. So we know the rules in tennis are play to the rhythm of the server, so the returners are taking a little bit of liberty there to play at their pace rather than the server's pace.
Well, that's correct, Bob. The rule is actually to play at the reasonable pace of the server. A lot of people forget that word, the reasonable pace, in that the server can't just go to the line quickly and try to catch the returner off guard. It's at the reasonable pace there. But yes, there is a little bit of sportsmanship where one player may take a little extra time and try to towel off especially the receiving player, to throw the server's rhythm off. So now we're at Gabe serving 30-15. First game, second set. With the backhand error, so now we're at 30 all. And the pace of these first few points of the second set has certainly picked up.
Oh, they're playing beautifully. Great variety there from Regalado to change that last ball to a high, deep one with a little less on it. I think it hit right off the line.
I think you're correct, Bob. It looked like Gabe caught the line a little bit earlier in the point off a backhand to the Regalado forehand. And a great flat serve up the tee from Gabe. That's the biggest serve we've seen him hit in the last 2 days. Now game point.
This is one of those matches where the longer they play, they're each getting more and more respect for each other.
I think that's correct, and I think each of them, the longer that this match goes on, the better they're playing. And the drop shot in the net from Gabe. So now it's a dangerous point again. We're at another deuce point. So the last 2 deuce points, Regalado has returned to the deuce side, has chosen the deuce side.
He's going to do it again.
And he looks like he's going to do it again, but he's had pretty good success on the last 2 deuce points. So Gabe might be regretting that drop shot. Now goes for that big T serve again, but misses. Second serve deuce point. And Regalado runs around. It gets a forehand. Oh, very, very sharp slice backhand cross court from
he got a tough bounce
Regalado
there too, I must say.
And you got to give it to Regalado. Regalado has played the bigger points better than Gabe in this match, and this is, I believe that was the 3rd deuce point that Regalado has won all of them on off of Friedrich's serve to get a break. So he's now broken 3 times at deuce. And
yeah, I'd actually go back to the previous point where Gabe missed the drop shot. I thought part of the reason he missed was he had the wrong target. He was hitting the ball down the line right in front of him, and if that one's not perfect, the easiest shot in tennis to come in and swoop a cross-court topspin forehand into an opening. So he had to play it perfectly, and then he pulled it a little bit short. Drop shot wasn't necessarily wrong there, but it should have gone in behind to keep the court closed up. And then I think he could have played it with a little more margin of error. So this game is such a fine line between some of the decision-making that goes on out there. This match is a tremendous example of how close it's really been, but one guy seems to be just getting his nose in front.
Not only the decision-making, but the other part of that is the execution. You not only have to make a decision in the shot selection, but the execution of the shot selection. Regalado opens up the second game of the first set with a nice slice serve out wide to get the ace, and is up 1-love, 15-love. Excellent cross-court forehand there from Gabe. Gets the forehand error from Regalado, 15 all. And out Regalado goes back
another
to the
beautiful
forehand.
Wide serve.
Beautiful wide serve, 30-15. And Regalado really, that was actually a different serve than he hit on the first point. That serve was a little more flat, but it had the same effect. Oh, Regalado really worked hard there to get to the Friedrich backhand, and then chose to go into the Friedrich forehand. Gave him a little bit of a short ball there, and Friedrich couldn't come up with the cross court forehand. Maybe possibly the legs getting a little tired. He didn't look like he got under that as well as he could have.
I just see a little hint of disappointment coming into Gabe right now. I think as a player you have to do your level best to keep noticing how close it really is and to keep yourself in a good headspace out there.
I think that's good. That's a good analysis, Bob. And whoa, a very tricky drop shot there from Regalado to close out this game. Regalado now up 2-love in this second set, 1-love. And this game is a very crucial game for Gabe. He's got to find a way to break the momentum and get this game.
So this match is reminding me of a match I had way back in the day. It was no ad scoring down at Hastings, but it was back when it was in an old warehouse, and you couldn't really lob there because there were pipes and everything going through the overhead area.
Okay.
And I played a tall, like a 6'4" guy who was on the Futures Tour. And in the third set, I won 6-love. All 6 games went to the no-ad point, and 3 of them I lobbed it through the rafters over his head. So
wow.
That's how close the match really was, but it said 6-love.
Wow.
This one reminds me, this is so still very close.
Friedrich with the big forehand open up the game there, 15-love. That was a very poor choice to go try to go back behind Regalado there from Gabe, and I know he regrets that. He tried to come up with the fancy tweener there on defense, but that was.
Well, I think we were saying before, at the net, Gabe doesn't look totally comfortable, and there we saw the choice maybe wasn't the best to try to trick him and hit in behind him.
I think that's correct, Bob. I think that. And I also think Gabe may want to think about trying to open up the Regalado backhand on the ad side, and by serving the next one down the tee to keep him honest.
Mm-hmm.
Now 15-all, second serve. And the double fault from Gabe. Now serving at 15-30, and this is a very dangerous spot that Gabe is in. If Regalado can somehow pull out a break here, he will have 2 opportunities to serve for the match. Okay, Gabe unloads on that forehand to get this game back to 30-all.
It is 30-all.
We're a little behind on the. There we got it now. Scores up for you, 30-all. Gabe, very nice out wide serve from Gabe. Follows it up with the big forehand and the big swinging volley. I sense a little frustration in that
Yes,
swinging volley.
No doubt about that finish.
Now, Gabe with a game point at 40-30. there, Gabe, he went again to the kick serve out wide there, and Regalado was all over it and was able to move Gabe around just enough to get the unforced error. So now we're at another deuce point here on the Friedrich serve. I believe this is the fourth in a row.
He's going to the deuce court again. He's 3 for 3.
Hey, you got to stick with what works, but I think the law of averages tell you that Gabe is due for one here. So let's see. And he misses the first serve, and I think he's missed first serves on all 4 deuce points.
I believe you're right.
So I know Regalado's going to look for a forehand here. Gabe is going to try to get the kick serve to his backhand, I'm sure. But Regalado moves around it. And Regalado did not do enough with that volley there, and it was easy passing shot for Gabe. So now Gabe is held.
He'd love to have that one over. He could be serving for the match right now.
Would love to have that one over and go the other way with that drop volley. So now it's 2-1 in the second set. Regalado to serve. We're on. Oh no, I'm sorry. Regalado's still up a break. Okay. So now Rally Partners, one of our sponsors here today. Rally Partners leverages technology to help businesses solve their most pressing people problems. They bring over 30 years of experience in the insurance, HR, technology, and finance sectors to design and implement the right solution for your team. Thanks again, Rally Partners, for sponsoring the 2020 Chestnut Ridge Summer Pro Shootout. So now Alvaro Regalado to serve up 2-1 in the second set, 1 set to love. So a point like that, Bob, on that deuce point that Regalado had a volley that he certainly could have done more with. Sometimes a point like that can change the entire match. So let's see now if Friedrich can capitalize on that and engineer a comeback here.
I agree.
Oh, and that, I have to tell you, that was a pretty ill-advised drop shot. I think Gabe was a little surprised at how quickly he got up to that. It was an easier shot than I think he thought. He didn't need to do that much with it, but overcooked that forehand and give Regalado the point.
He can't believe he missed that shot. That is probably a shot he's made since he's been 10 years old.
Those are the hardest ones, though, Bob.
Yeah.
The ones you've made 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Big kick serve there from Regalado. Regalado now in control of this game, up 30 love. Second serve here coming from Regalado, 30 love. Fantastic second serve that Gabe was able to get around. Oh, I absolutely love the way that Regalado moved around that forehand and was able to guide it up the line there and just move through it. It had a very nice pop on it.
Yeah, he really did.
He hit it right in the center of the racket, and now he's serving 40 love. And Gabe dusted off the baseline with that backhand return to get the point. Now 40-15. Regalado serving up 2-1 in the second set, 1 set to love. Regalado with the out wide serve. The serve and volley, we had not seen that yet. Executed very, very nicely, and I have to tell you, Regalado, he did that like that was his game, like he was Boris Becker. He got so close to the net on that first volley, or maybe it was closer to Stefan Edberg, but he was maybe 4 to 5 feet away from the net at the time he hit that first volley, and Friedrich was so far off the court that Regalado didn't have to do much, and now Friedrich serving to stay in the match. 1-3 in this second set. And Regalado did not do enough with that approach shot.
Gabe loved him coming in on that.
Well, with the inside in forehand, it's pretty tough to go up the line on the inside in on that forehand unless you really hit it. It just opens up the court way too much. You're so far out of position there that Gabe could have passed him cross court or up the line there. Now 15 love. And Alvaro really opened up that forehand, but pushed it long. So now 30 love, Gabe.
Well, actually,
serving down
I think
130.
that's a good play from Regalado. He's playing to the score here.
Sure.
He knows he's going to be serving for it no matter what happens in this game, so why not take a couple chances?
And wow, great point there. Regalado fought like heck to stay in that point.
He
and,
did.
Gabe just moved him around the court a little too much with that forehand and was able to set up the easy overhead smash. 40 love now. And you know, I Gabe with the hold. Now Regalado a serve for the match, and I get the feeling there, Bob, that Regalado maybe didn't want to put too much energy into that game there to give him the best chance possible to close out the match with his serve.
Yeah, I think if he had made a couple of those and gotten it to 30 all, he would have come back into the game. But as it stands, and he knows he's in command now with his serve, he's going to be content to serve it out right here.
Right. So let's thank another one of our sponsors, Gianfranco's. Maurizio Belli, the owner of Gianfranco's Gourmet Pizza and Pasta, a local favorite for over 20 years, brings a fresh take on Italian food in Westchester. Born and raised in Patricia, Italy, Maurizio may be the first restaurateur in northern Westchester to introduce authentic southern Italian cuisine to the area. Gianfranco's, thank you, and thank you, Maurizio.
Yesterday, they supplied some sandwiches over here,
and they were excellent.
The players, which was fantastic. And Bob Bull, who's one of the coaches here and has been in particular promoting a lot of pickleball here at Chestnut Ridge, he's the one who brought them in as a sponsor of this event. So we want to say a big thank you to Bob Bull for getting us together.
Thank you to Bob Bull for bringing in Gianfranco's, but I can tell you that I hate pickleball.
What?
I hate pickleball.
Oh.
I think I'm sorry. Bob did get me out there to try it. It was enjoyable a little bit to play, but not really my thing. So wow, big serve there by Regalado to open up this game. 15 loves. And big ace down the middle.
So Regalado had a ball right there behind him. This is his lucky ball, though.
Well,
so let's
I
see how he does
Bob,
with it.
I am the same way as Regalado. Oh, what a great volley there by Regalado. Big drop volley. It just died.
Beautiful shot.
Hit the ground. Beautiful shot. I can tell you, I was playing doubles a few weeks ago with my own partner, a gentleman by the name, you may know him, Ronnie Lechner. Ronnie used to be Ivan Lendl's hitting partner.
Oh, Ron. I know who you mean, Lichner. Yes.
Yeah, Ron got so sick. He was my own partner, so got so sick of me using the same ball over and over again, refused to give me the ball back. He was my partner. Now, second serve here for Regalado, up 30 love. But I say that a little bit of joking. Ronnie's a fantastic tennis player and a good friend. Wow. What a fantastic point there from Regalado.
Tremendous defense.
He just showed some incredible athletic ability there, the stretching to stay in the point there, and that's what I was talking about before, just making your opponent hit one more shot. You never know when they're going to make the mistake, or you're going to be able to turn the point from defense to offense, and he did an incredible job there of turning defense into offense to earn himself quadruple match point. And Regalado taking a little extra time there to catch his breath. Regalado earns the victory.
Tremendous
over
win.
Gabe Friedrich, 4-3, 4-2, an absolutely tremendous win. Regalado really stepped up his level of play there, and it was a fantastic match. So, and you see here a little bit of the clapping out there from Regalado's fans that have come out here to watch this match. And I would say, even though everybody's keeping their distance out here fairly comfortably, we probably have about somewhere between 50 and 75 fans out here on the lawn watching these matches, and hopefully, a few more will be out here today, but everybody will keep their safe distance from each other again, because we are in the middle of this pandemic here. So now Regalado is going to move on, and I believe he's going to play Patrick Maloney in the next round of the losers draw. The next match that we'll have here on the show court is going to be Brian Shee and Jose Salazar. That will be the finals of the winners bracket. It'd give us a few minutes to sweep up the court, and I believe we're going to have a guest step into the booth here. I believe it's going to be a gentleman by the name of Patrick Hurst, and that is going to come up in a moment. So is Patrick Hurst, who I've never actually had the pleasure of meeting before. Nice to meet you, Patrick. Thanks for stepping in here with us today. And even though we haven't met before, I've heard quite a bit about you in the local tennis scene here. And so, why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you're doing these days?
Sure. So currently, I'm the director of tennis at the Westchester Tennis Center. A lot of people know it formerly. In Portchester. So it's redone now under new ownership, and we have clay courts now in the front 8 courts, 4 hard courts in the back still. We've been open a year, so I took that job last summer, and it's been going great. I mean, we have a big junior program, lots of competitive juniors that are trying to play in high level collegiate tennis or pro, with aspirations of pro. So that's been fun. And then before that, I worked privately with Elliot Spizzirri. Almost a decade, who is just one of the best players to come out of this area in probably the last 10 years, and just went to Texas, University of Texas.
Sure.
On a full scholarship to go compete there.
Okay. So. Well, I actually saw Elliot play here in the Winter Pro Shootout.
Yeah.
The first time I got a chance to see him play live, I was very impressed with him. Just moves around the court great, and I guess we have you to thank for that.
What makes a good coach is a good player. So.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. And I understand you helped Brad Breakstone recruit a player or two for this event here today. So
I actually know quite a few of the guys here. Elliot was actually hoping to play this year as well. Right. Just wasn't able to. Had some setbacks and stuff that he wasn't able to compete. But I do Patrick Maloney, Brian Shee, Gabe Friedrich actually works with us over at Westchester Tennis Center.
I didn't know that.
I just watched him play that match there. He'll be unhappy with how that turned out. I think he left a lot of points there.
Well, it looked like it did. It looked, Gabe played college tennis for a friend of mine at University of South Carolina for Josh Goffey down there, and I did watch Gabe play a bunch of matches in college. You know, I watch more college tennis probably than anybody on the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And did see quite a few of his matches online. You know, and throughout his career, and I think that Gabe just needs some matches. And that's it, you know, he's out there. He's not in college anymore, and he's out there teaching. And you like you said, he's working with you at Westchester Tennis Center now. And so you know, he did step it up a little bit though in the last two matches, last night and again this morning. But why don't you tell us? You know, Westchester Tennis Center it's the old Sound Shore.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about the transition from Sound Shore to Westchester Tennis Center. It's under, I believe, it's under a new ownership group. Is that correct?
Yeah. So what we tried to do, Sound Shore back in the day was kind of the place to play if you were a good junior.
Yeah.
And what we're trying to do is bring that back. So we've really opened it up to just high level competing. And luckily in the first year of being open, it's gone very well.
Great.
You know, happy to say that, you know, we keep growing, keep getting more kids, even with everything that's going on, and you know, with the pandemic and in this time, which makes things challenging for everywhere.
Yeah, well, I haven't been over there yet to see the facility since it turned over. I'm looking forward to doing that. And I can tell you that you know, when I was a young kid, I did play at Sound Shore before.
I think everyone did.
Well, I moved to Florida very early on in my junior career, not primarily for my tennis, but you know, for other reasons as well. But played most of my junior tennis in Florida. And but coming back, I had played a few times at Sound Shore before the sale over to the new group, and that place. I'm glad to hear that you guys redid the place.
I mean, it was in need of new ownership and a redo and sort of a relife.
All right.
It was dying down. So, but it's beautiful now. The court, you know, the inside, the courts, everything is redone and it looks great. So I'm very happy to be there.
So what has Elliot done this summer? Is he's been training?
He's been training with us there.
For the new college season at the Westchester Tennis Center.
Yeah, he's been training with us there. We were during the shutdown. We were, you know, we had to kind of isolate a little bit, and we took a small group and just worked individually with them. So because we didn't have low exposure, but so Elliot maintained training through the whole shutdown, as did to be honest, I think most of the top players. As you know, it's tough for any of these guys to take a day off.
Absolutely.
So, you know, that in the middle of a pandemic, they're finding ways to train. So, and he did the same. So yeah, he's had a good summer. He's been focusing on his strength, getting stronger, and just improving, you know, his ball striking, cleaning up little things in his game that, you know, he wants to do here or there. But he's playing very, very good tennis. You know, the one bright side of this pandemic is that we have a lot of these great players around.
Yeah.
Right? You know, Patrick Maloney, Brian Shee, you know, these guys that are usually away are now around and now training here, you know, so they can all get together and push each other a little bit. So we've done some of that. We've been fortunate enough to have, you know, those guys come up and train with us, and other guys as well. So it's been a productive summer. I think he thinks he's playing very, very well. He's excited to go back to school. Hopeful that the season, just like everyone, right, won't be affected.
Yep.
Texas is going back in a couple weeks. You know, and I think Texas, a lot like Michigan, where Patrick Maloney is hoping that the football season happens first.
Sure.
The tennis team is probably hoping that the football season happens first as well, because the funding runs through there. So, yeah. So, I mean, everything. We'll see how things plan out, but he'll be heading back in like the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I'm a big supporter of the St. John's team where I played college tennis, and I can tell you that if we don't have the college basketball season this year, it's going to be very tough times around that school. And you know, like you saw Gary Kushnerovich out here this morning, and we had one of our current players out here yesterday, Uday Bacher, and they're also looking forward. And one thing all the guys have said to me is how great it is to get out there and compete. Brian Shee said it to me yesterday. He hasn't been in a competition scenario for almost 4 months, 5 months.
That's been the one weird thing I think for all these guys. I mean, Elliot and I were talking about it. We talk about it with a lot of these guys. They've been training hard, but it's hard to not lose focus in training when they have nothing to look forward to, right? When there's no tournament coming up, or there's no match coming up against another school that they're looking forward to. So it's easy to lose interest a little bit.
Absolutely.
And just kind of gets mundane. Training's already difficult enough, and it already takes enough focus out of you. So yeah, that's been the one thing. I mean, to have these UTR events and the pro shootouts like this is, I think it's great for these guys. They look forward to it. Like you said, they get back to competing, and it means something for them for sure.
Okay. Well, Patrick, thanks for talking to us for a few minutes.
No
we
worries.
Appreciate it. We wish you the best of luck, and as you move forward with Westchester Tennis Center, I'm going to come out and see the place one day, and keep doing great work with some of the kids in the area, and we need more good players around here. So
Absolutely.
Always, we have
Stop
a lot, but we need more.
Yeah, I talked to
Thanks.
Brad a lot, so he's doing a great job up here at Chestnut Ridge as well. So hopefully, yeah, you guys get to stop in and see some of our players, or maybe Brad can bring a group down and we'll do something in between.
Great. Well, great to talk to you. Great to meet you. Hopefully, you're going to stay around here and watch some of the tennis.
Sure.
We've got a
Absolutely.
great match coming up. Brian Shee and Jose
Yeah,
Salazar.
I know them both well, so I'll stick around.
Fantastic.
And watch it, yeah.
And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to the live action. Right now on our show court, we have on the far side Salazar, our number 2 seed, and Brian Shee, our number 1 seed in the near court. This is the winner's bracket final. The winner of this will go to the final of the tournament, pairing the winners and losers bracket. The loser still has another chance by going into the loser's bracket and trying to come through that way. So this is a really interesting format. This is not do or die for either player here, but certainly in terms of minimizing how much effort you need to get to the finals, the winner of this match has a much easier route. I haven't, because we haven't shown Salazar yet on our show court, I haven't gotten a chance to see him play, but I did witness him winning our one-on-one doubles tournament, which we held last season, and he's an extremely smooth player, plays well within himself, and one of the things I talk about in instructing people in tennis is something called gear management, where you're hitting your intended target, but with a real purpose in terms of how much speed you want. He's a master at this. He doesn't hit every ball as hard as he can, but if he does get a chance, he takes advantage of it. So far, his route for the tournament has been quite easy, winning his first 2 matches in a comfortable couple of sets. So it's going to be an excellent match here between these 2 guys. She, of course, we saw play yesterday in a great match against Maloney, in which he came back and won in the super tiebreaker 10-7. He's got an excellent all-around game. His serve is not that big, but he can hit some good spots at big moments. And his consistency level is extremely high. You have to really do something good to get an error out of him. So this should be a fantastic match coming up. Brian's back.
I am back. Excuse me for a moment there. I had to take a quick break, and now I am back with us. I'm really, really looking forward to this match between Brian Shee and Jose Salazar. Brian Shee, you see, is warming up his serve in the front court in the white shirt. Jose Salazar in the far court in the, I'm not quite sure what to call that color shirt, Bob. Like a maybe brownish?
It's brownish.
Okay. Interesting choice of shirts on this 90-degree day, but this is really a matchup of 2 high-caliber players, 2 top college players. Jose Salazar having played at University of Arkansas after transferring from the University of Oklahoma, and I believe he was a member of the University of Oklahoma team that got to the finals of the NCAA tournament in the team tournament in 2015, I want to say, and ended up losing a tight one to Virginia, the University of Virginia.
That's impressive. I didn't realize that Oklahoma got that far.
Oklahoma got that far that year, and then I believe that was the year John Roddick left as the coach, and I think that's when Salazar transferred. I'm maybe a little bit wrong in my timeline there, but Jose Salazar went to Arkansas to play for another legendary college coach named Andy Jackson, who has coached at 3 different schools in the SEC, maybe the only coach ever to coach at 3 different schools in the SEC. He's coached at University of, Mississippi State University, where he was in the 90s, about the time I was playing college tennis, then went to the University of Florida, and then to the University of Arkansas. But Jose Salazar had a very, very impressive college career, got up to 45th in the nation, ranked in the NCAAs during 2017. During his senior year, Jose had a 30-9 singles record, which is absolutely amazing. He won 19 dual match wins, and for those of you that don't know, a dual match is a match between one school and another. And we're ready to play here. and I'd say a dual match as opposed to a tournament match. You know, in the fall in college, you play mostly individual tournaments, but in the spring, it's all dual matches. Second serve. And she tried to take that, well, he did take that second serve very early and tried to push Salazar back, but you got to look at how smooth Salazar is. He didn't panic at all and hit a very deep ball back that she couldn't handle. She trying to go for a couple big balls here. Salazar looks like he's feeling she out a little bit, but he's up 30-love now in this first game. And wow, excellent return there by.
He paid the price there for not really going for his first serve.
Sure did. Now it's 15, serving at 30-15, and I just remembered, Bob, you owe me another $2.
Yes.
We're back level in this first game at 30 all.
Okay. So we get a chance right here to see a look inside Salazar's mind, how he's going to construct this point.
Got a nice first serve in there, and she overcooked the forehand just a little bit, pushed it long, but he had a nice look at that. Oh, what an excellent passing shot there by Salazar to close out that game. He just used his left hand very strong to hit that down the line backhand.
And he also used the Serena Williams footwork there. He hit an open stance to get out to that ball so he could still get his body behind the shot, and the ball control there was simply perfect.
He did. It was really, really impressively done. So now Salazar takes the first game and is up 1-love, she to serve in this matchup between the top seeds at this event. And I see out on court 8 with very, very little break, Regalado is back on the court. He's now going to take on Patrick Maloney for the right to take on the winner of she and actually he's going to take on the loser of she and Salazar. The winner of Maloney and Regalado takes on the loser of she and Salazar. So still the backdraw participants have a real tough task ahead of them, because this is going to be the second match of the day for Regalado and Maloney, and she and Salazar playing their first match. So for Maloney or Regalado to win this tournament, they're going to have to win 4 straight matches today. That's a very, very tough task, plus a super tiebreaker.
Right off the line here at the baseline, one of she's strong backhands there.
And we're looking at 2 players here who really move around the court very, very well. They're both on their toes every point. They're split stepping very nicely. They're hopping up and down, both very, very fast. So we're looking at 2 very high-level players here. You know, Brian Shee is currently a player at Harvard University. He played number 2 in the lineup there last year, but has had a lot of success in both college tennis and on the pro level. what a fantastic point there, and she did have an opening there, but just hit the forehand a little bit too strong. But the backhand there was really a beautiful sight to see. Bang, 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 back and forth. And I mentioned to you yesterday how much I really like Xi's two-handed backhand. It's very, very smooth. Salazar's is very nice as well. It's more of a compact swing, but this is. That point was really a treat to watch. I don't know if watching it on the stream really did justice how hard these two guys are hitting the ball, and it's now 15 all.
Well, I think she is a little unused to hitting that many quality backhands in a row to someone's backhand and not coming away with the point. So we'll see how he adjusts to having to deal with that.
Well, let's check it out. Double fault there from Xi. Looked like he slipped a little bit as he went up for that second serve. So now Xi's got a little work to do, down 15-30 in his first service game here.
So I must say, I briefly said hello to Salazar before the match just to get a sense of his tension level going out there, and he was quietly confident.
Yeah, I don't see his tension level for an event like this being very high. He's competed in some pretty high-level events before, as both of these players do, and yeah, there is some money on the line here. But again, these two, Xi hasn't competed in a few months. I know Salazar did play doubles in the Richardson event last week down at Nursing, and got a few matches in there. So. Oh, Xi is in some trouble here in this first service game, putting that back in the net down 15-40. Triple break point now for Salazar.
So you're saying it's a little bit like once you've played in a national tournament, playing in a local tournament seems like a little bit easier, would you say?
Certainly. I mean, certainly the tension isn't as high, but I would say Salazar's played in so many high-level events nationally. I would say even playing in a national event these days for him is not going to automatically rally him. I mean, or rattle him. You get to maybe the final rounds. You want to start looking at things like how he's recovering and that kind of thing, and how, depending on how his body feels, that may make him give him a little more tension, or possibly who his opponent is. But just the fact that he's playing in a national level event, that for a guy like Salazar, I don't think is gonna, or even Xi is gonna really rattle him too much. I mean, Xi's played events all over the world, and so has Salazar. So these are two well traveled, well experienced players. She's serving that 30-40. Second serve. Oh, and another double fault. Two double faults in that game for Xi. So Salazar gets the break and is in a little bit of control in this first set, up 2-love.
So Brian, do you find it at all interesting? We haven't really seen one player like a Roger Federer who's returning serve from right up on the baseline. All these guys seem to be giving themselves 3 to 5 feet to make their returns.
Well, I think in the last match we did see Regalado moving into the court on the second serve and moving forward on the forehand. So we did see it a little bit in the last match, but I see, by and large, what I see from players more and more these days is they are playing from further behind the baseline, and a lot of that has to do with the bigger rackets, the bigger serves, the strings, the technology having changed so much. So now Salazar serving 15-love. Oh, wow, it was absolutely beautiful there. And you see, Salazar actually did not, he's not hitting the ball too big. His serve, it looks like he's hitting it at about 75%. Very smooth, but he's setting up the points very, very nicely. I mean, we're watching a very, very experienced player here. And that one, he did pump up, oh, it was a little long, okay. But he did pump up the MPHs on that first serve there. And that second serve was right into the Shi backhand, and Shi moved in very, very nicely off that one. Then got another backhand and struck a sharp angle there to cut off the easy, well, it wasn't that easy, but a high.
But Salazar, the previous point was just beautiful, the way he's been playing sort of in one gear, and then that finishing forehand, he just accelerated through the ball so beautifully.
He did, and you know, Salazar really moves around the court very nicely, almost like a cat. That was actually a beautiful, beautiful backhand that kind of curved in at the end. But you know, I'm gonna start calling Salazar. He moves around the court like a cat. We could start calling him El Gato.
What do you call him?
El Gato.
Ah.
Because he moves around the court so nicely, like a cat. And another error
See,
from Shi, and Salazar
interestingly, to me, with the lead, Salazar has started to put a little more on his shots. And he's using the lead as a way to get himself going into another gear here, a little bit higher than the way he started.
And that shows you an experienced player working his way into the match. And let's say thank you to RC Power. RC Power Products in Bedford Hills is a repair shop for small engines on 2-cycle and 4-cycle equipment for landscaping. They also retail parts and equipment for landscaping. Call them at 914-242-3557 for your small engine needs, or stop by their store at 57 Plainfield Avenue in Bedford Hills. Thank you again to RC Power for sponsoring.
Thank you, RC.
2020 Pro Summer Shootout here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club.
So, Brian, are you seeing any way that she should be looking to change what's going on out here?
She has got to start putting more balls in the court. He's just making too many errors. He's not putting any pressure on Salazar. He's letting Salazar sit back there and just move around the ball to open up the court and really strike his forehand. But he's got to start extending these points, or finding a little bit of a way to put Salazar under pressure here, because what I'm seeing so far here is two players that play very well from the baseline, but one of them does it better than the other. That's Salazar, and so she has got to find a way to break down Salazar's game. Maybe he wants to move forward a little bit more, or flatten out his shots a little bit. But
so they are, if you look at the height over the net, they seem to be both playing more of like a hard court game to me. And do you think she has any ability to play like that, some higher over the net? That was just a left serve.
I do think she does have that ability.
Okay.
That was she was hitting the ball very nicely there, and Salazar just had a little bit too much for Shi, and was able to extend him on one shot, open up the court, and execute a winner into the open court there. Really well done point there by Salazar.
Oh, he ended up winning it, but I really thought that one mid-court ball should have been an overhead.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that, but I do agree that she's won that point about 3 times.
Yes.
And that brings up an interesting point, Bob, is that, you know, when you get to this level, one world-class shot doesn't win points. You know, there was a study done, and I forget who did it, but maybe it was the USTA or one of the tennis bodies, international tennis bodies, maybe it was the ITF, did it a few years ago, but they did a study on monitored a series of matches in the juniors, at a high-level junior match, a high-level college match, a challenger level match, and an ATP tour level match, on the number of world-class shots that you have to hit generally to win a point. And I'll continue that story after this point. Wow, did she strike that forehand big. Oh, she really opened up the court nice with a big, well-struck forehand there.
Well,
so now we're at 15 all.
He seems to have decided to use his forehand to dictate.
I just want to continue what I was talking about there. But, Bob, in this study, what they found is, and I don't recall the exact number, so don't quote me on this, but at the junior level, you had to hit maybe 3 or 4 world-class shots to win a point. And then as it went up to college tennis, you had to hit maybe 4 to 6 4 or 5 world-class shots to win a point. At the challenger level, again, it went up to maybe 6 or 7. And what that
was good.
That was good. Wow, did she strike a big forehand? So she seems to be stepping it up a little bit here at 40-15. And then at the challenger level, I think it was 6 world-class shots to win a point. And then at the ATP level, you had to hit something like 8 world-class shots before winning a point. So any junior player out there, any college player out there that thinks you can hit one good shot and win a point, it just doesn't work that way in high-level tennis. And she, with the hold, gets on the board here. So now Salazar serving for the first set.
Well, to me,
3-1.
he's made a clear decision now that he's going to get more on offense. He doesn't want to play the counterpunch game with Salazar. And that game, he pulled it off beautifully. A couple of good serves and some big forehands.
Now I've just got word from Court 8 that Patrick Maloney is up 1-love with Regalado to serve, so they're on serve very early on in that match. Wow, Jess, she's really starting to step up his game here and show us why
Well, see,
he's
when
such a high-level player.
he's hit some big forehands, so then what do you expect Salazar to do? Play to his backhand, and that's exactly what she wants. He wants to play backhand, so he's starting to create a situation where he's getting what he wants. Always a good sign for a player.
I think you're right, Bob. Love 15. Ooh. I think she might have gotten a bad bounce on that ball there. But did you see the way she cracked a forehand, cracked a high and heavy forehand? And Salazar just very calmly put it right back within an inch or two of the baseline to take away all the momentum for she and turn that point around. $15 all. Wow, she really unloaded on that backhand there. Stepped in and got it a little below his shoulder and really cracked it right in his strike zone.
Beautiful shot.
Now she, with a little bit of an opening here, Salazar serving at 15-30. Again, Salazar serving for the first set. Oh, he gets a double fault from Salazar, and now she with 2 break points to get back on serve here.
No, what she has done here in the last couple of games, to me it takes a lot to rattle Salazar, and he looks a little rattled now, like he's not sure what he wants to do.
That could be possible. I can't tell. Salazar has not let out a peep. He's not dropped his shoulders one bit. You can't tell if he's winning or losing, but you might be right. And gets the forehand error from Shi. Now Salazar back to 30-40 in this game. Shi with another break opportunity. He'll have 2 more.
I still like that point, though. She was going with what got him to make this a match.
Oh, she can't handle that high backhand kick serve from Salazar. Now we're at a critical deuce point in this first set. We have a set point
So
break
if you're
point,
she,
game
which
point.
box are you going to pick here?
I am going to play the side that she's going on the deuce side. And that's the side I would have gone on here too, so he doesn't have to face that big kicked serve again. Oh, she is the first one to change up the pattern there and goes up the line and couldn't get the ball over the high part of the net. And Salazar gets the first set there.
I think that was a really interesting point. First, it mirrored almost the way the match started with that long backhand-to-backhand exchange. And secondly, I think anyone watching at home can see sometimes the way to take an important point is to be extremely solid and don't go for it yourself. And Salazar gave us a great example of that right there. He's just extremely solid and said, go ahead, if you put one near the line at 100 miles an hour, you've got me.
Bob, I just want to interrupt you for a second. We have a score update from Court 8 where Patrick Maloney is up 2-1 on Alvaro Regalado in the first set. Looks like they're on serve at 2-1. And we have a question again from Christina Kuglova, who's asking for some tennis advice on how she can maintain her form / technique on the serve throughout the match and when under pressure. Well, Christina, I can tell you that the best way to do that is to practice serving under pressure. By playing practice matches, and there are different games and different drills you can do to practice your serve under pressure. You can actually, one thing I used to do a lot in the juniors and in college to practice my serve is you can play a match against yourself with serving. You set up some cans or you set up some targets out there, and if you don't hit the ball in the target, you lose the point. So then you're down love 15, and you can play a whole set out that way. That might be one way you want to try to get that done.
I like personally playing with only one serve. So you get a good feeling for I can't just pop it in the box like a weak second serve. Where do I develop that good 3/4 speed serve?
Sure. We're about to start this second set with Brian Sheeta's serve. Let's see if she can make a comeback in this second set and extend this match. Oh, absolutely incredible forehand.
He did have to hit 5 beautiful shots to win that point.
And that's what's going to happen when you're playing players of Salazar's level. And same for Salazar, who's playing players of She's level. So now she up 15-love in this first service game of the second set. Salazar up 1-0. Great play there by She. She really got tight into the net there and hit a very difficult first volley. And was
great
able to close
anticipation,
off
too.
Great anticipation.
He read that one.
She up 30-love in this first service game of the second set. Folks, we have two great matches going on here. I know you can't see the match going on Court 8 between Regalado and Maloney, but these two are absolutely going at each other. It's a beautiful sight to see out here in this beautiful setting up in Mount Kisco, New York at Chestnut Ridge Racquet Club. And Salazar looks like just missed that forehand return long, and she now has a quadruple game point in this first game of the second set. This might just be what the doctor ordered for Shi, a quick, easy hold to open up the second set.
I mean, I'm not sure about you, Brian, but the new Shi that we've seen in the last few games being more aggressive, when I was playing, I just enjoyed the game a lot more when I was playing that way, as opposed to I was a good runner and I could be consistent, but the joy of winning that way compared to when I had everything firing was difficult to compare. I much preferred the attacking game.
Right on, Bob. And it's time to talk about deconstructing tennis. Bob, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. I happen to be the author of this book. It's about the 4 steps you should go through. That's the 4D system between the end of one point and the start of the next. And what it means is, if you're preparing properly, you're also doing the right things while the ball is in play, because you're so well prepared. Now, the thing about this system, I've read all sorts of guys online with mental toughness training and blah, blah, blah. It's really simple, and it works. We're back to the match.
Back to the match. Salazar serving down Love 1 in the second set. Salazar up 1 set to Love.
Right on the line.
And we have a question coming in from Andrew Weiss, who I believe is the gentleman who runs some adult tournaments down in the Bronx. He says, missed beginning of the live stream. What were the scores of the earlier second chance draw matches? Well, Andy, we'll get to that in a second. We have Salazar serving at 15 love in this second game of the second set. So Andy, in the first matches we're showing the draw now up there. Alvaro Regalado took out Gabe Friedrich in a very, very tight, hotly contested match, and Patrick Maloney took out Gary Kushnerovich 4-2, 4-0 in the other match, and those two are now competing against each other out on Court 8. Unfortunately, we don't have live video of that match. But thank you for joining us, Andy. Salazar serving at 30 love. Ooh, she went for
he broke a string on that one.
Forehand there and broke a string. But sounded like a big pop, but missed by about 20 feet. Now Salazar with 4 game points to hold in his first service game of the second set, up 1 set to love.
I mean, anyone can miss a given shot. She's success, though, has been waiting a bit in the point and then pulling the trigger on the forehand, not necessarily right off the return.
Well, that could be right, but at 30 love and a broken string, try to get a quick point, and Salazar slid a serve up the tee there and got the ace, and now held that. We're at 1-1 in the second set. So let's see if she can keep the momentum going on his serve.
We've got a score. Maloney has taken the first set down there in the back draw, 4-1.
Yep, Maloney's taken the first set over Alvaro Regalado, 4-1. So Regalado's got some work to do to stay in this. But Maloney is really, really playing excellent tennis right now. Salazar just, he moves around the court so well, and he's handled that sharp low backhand extremely well. He just with a very short stroke can put it back deep and get himself out of trouble. It's really, really impressive.
I think you're making such a good point there about the size of his stroke. A lot of club players are taking way too big a motion when they're trying to execute, and he's shown how efficient you can be without a big swing.
That's correct, Bob. Oh, excellent play where she stepped around that inside-in forehand and drove it right up the line. Really, really a beautiful looking stroke, and now we're at 15-all in this game. She's serving at 1-all in the second set. Salazar up 1-0. She with the unforced error on the forehand, you can see a little bit. If you ever see a little bit of frustration on Xi's face, and you don't see it a lot because he's a very, very mild-mannered guy. You would just see it where
he just seemed a little undecided to me. He got just the ball he wanted, and he was thinking about then exactly what to do with it.
That could be. You know, I think that point I saw a little something from Xi where sometimes he gets a nice deep knee bend on his backhand, but he doesn't always get it on his forehand.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he's standing up a little bit too straight, or that may be what's causing him to come over the ball and miss a few in the net there. But we're at a critical point here where Xi's down 15-40 at 1-all on his serve. And if Salazar can pull out a break here, it's going to be pretty tough for Xi to come back in this match.
I think if we also look at Salazar's reaction to Xi's changing his style of play, Salazar's basically said, keep doing it. Show me that you can make that forehand over and over. I'm not changing my game. He's stayed relatively solid the same game.
I think that's right, Bob. Xi has not shown Salazar yet that there's really anything he can do to hurt him. Well done point there by Xi to save one break point. Now we're at 30-40.
That was an excellent point.
That was an excellent point. And on that point, Xi did show Salazar there was something he can do to hurt him, and that's exactly what Xi has to do more often there. So it's not only that he has to make more balls, but he's got to make the right ones. He's got to hit them solidly, or else Salazar is just going to turn the point around and not give Xi another chance to get back in the point. I think you heard the bombo there from Regalado down on court 8. I think he just got a break on Maloney. We'll try to get a score update from you from that match. And Salazar with the break here to go up 2-1 in the second set, and she's got a little work to do to come back in this match here. And
that was also some beautiful defense, the way he floated that slice ball back, so by the time it got back near the baseline, he was already back in perfect position to defend, and that put its own type of pressure on Xi right there.
Okay, now just got a score update from whoever's keeping score from us down on court 8. Says 2-0 Regalado. I think Regalado's serving at 2-0. So
second set.
Now it looks like Regalado is up a break, trying to level this match at 1-all, and at 1-set-all. While we have a short break in the action, we want to say thank you to the USPTA. Founded in 1927, the USPTA is the global leader in tennis teacher certification and professional development, and is the first USTA accredited association under the USTA accreditation program. With more than 14,000 members worldwide and 17 divisions nationwide, the association's mission is to raise the standards of tennis teaching professionals and coaches and promote a greater awareness of the sport. So thank you to the USPTA. I also want to take this opportunity to thank a gentleman that doesn't get enough credit for the production that we're putting on today, but Philip Oler, who is sitting to the left of both Bob and I, is absolutely doing an amazing job of helping us bring this production to you live for the last 2 days. So thank you, Philip, for doing that.
Fantastic job from Philip.
Salazar serving up 2-1 in the second set. What a great point there by Salazar. He just nips and nips and nips and nips away at you until he has the open court. It's really fantastic.
Well, I feel like he sensed there that she was now down a break and he was going to try to be really consistent. And he just ran him about 5 miles on that last point, all over the court.
That's correct. She able to open up the court with that forehand there.
So I was mentioning a little bit yesterday, brain game tennis, O'Shaughnessy.
Okay.
And in the top levels of men's professional tennis, the #1 finishing shot is a winner into the forehand corner of the opponent.
Okay.
And we've seen Shi actually duplicating that. I'd say his forehands, when he has taken charge, have been into that forehand corner as well.
What's that called again, Bob?
Brain game tennis.
Brain game tennis, okay. So now Salazar up 30-15 in this game. He's up 2-1 with a break in the second set, and after winning the first set. And now he's got a triple game point to go up 3-1.
It's interesting because Salazar's serve is not that big. I'm not saying it's not good, but we've seen a lot bigger serves out here, and yet he's holding serve so routinely.
Absolutely. A lot of it has to do with he is putting it wherever he wants, and he's not giving Shi anything, and gets the easy error from Shi there. Salazar up 3-1 in the second set, 1-0, and he's really in control of this match. So, but I wouldn't put it past Brian Shi. Brian Shi is not going to give up. He's not going to stop fighting. So he's only one break down in this first set, and you can see just hits a beautiful ace up to tee, 15-love. One thing I've seen of these the Ivy League players generally, I mean, these kids just fight and fight. They never give up.
Right.
And you never know a lot of them when they're winning and losing. Like, we don't know Shi, based on his demeanor here. We haven't heard a peep out of him. He hits a beautiful forehand there. So he set up 2 great points here to put himself in good position to hold here. And then he's going to say to Salazar, all right, if you want to beat me, you got to serve it out. Regalado is now up 2-1 in the second set, so it looks like
back
Maloney,
on serve.
Looks like it's back on serve. Now Shi with quadruple break point here, and this is really what he needed here, an easy hold. great first serve and then the follow-up drop shot, and Salazar is going to, after the changeover, going to get a chance to serve out the first set. I'm sorry, the second set, and serve out the match. So we have Lexum Private Investors is a commercial real estate owner, asset management, and development company located in Connecticut and Los Angeles. Again, thank you to Lexum for sponsoring the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout. Very valuable sponsor. Thank you, as all our sponsors are, and thank you for allowing us to bring this event and put this event together.
So a little bit earlier, we were talking briefly about nerves entering into some of these matches, and I happened to speak with Gabe Friedrich after his match just a little earlier today, which we watched on this court, and he actually said at a couple of key moments he stepped up to the line and he said, please don't double fault. And he said, man, I haven't said thoughts like that to myself in such a long time, since I was a junior player. What was really going on there? And I think it's, the COVID influence, a little bit of a lack of play, and you don't have that same level of confidence that we were talking about. It's very hard to adjust.
Right. Well, it's also for a fact, like I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, that a lot of our players here are now local teaching pros, and they're not training every day. They're not training 5 hours a day, while some of the players are. And Gabe is a few years out of college now and hasn't a few years removed from playing at his highest level. Is probably not playing nearly the number of practice matches in any given year, or any number of competitive matches in a given number of year that he is used to. So it's he's had a little bit of a regression into his old ways, and might be the circle of life. So now Salazar serving for the set down love 15, or serving for the match down love 15.
Well, she stepped up there beautifully.
She stepped up there, and he's putting the pressure on Salazar, and she is opening up this game. Salazar serving down love 30. Oh, Salazar missed the easy volley there. Now she is going to have quadruple break point. It looked like to start that point, she was thinking about bringing the saber to life.
I believe
the
so.
Sneak attack by Roger.
He took a couple of steps in and he hit a pretty good ball, but elected to back off. But
well, I think the kick serve kind of took a bad bounce and stayed low and threw she off a little bit, and he was had to backtrack, or he was going to be in a little bit of trouble there. But he did a great job of staying in that point, making Salazar hit one extra shot, and Salazar took care of that point. But on the point before, like I told you before, sometimes you make your opponent hit one extra shot, and on a big point like that, even a guy like Salazar can miss an easy shot.
Yeah.
So she still has 3 break points now to get this second set back on serve. Oh, he gets the forehand error from Salazar. She breaks.
We're now going to have a tie break. All of a sudden, this is a horse race.
This is all of a sudden, like I told you, she wasn't going to give up, and he made Salazar serve out the match, and Salazar couldn't do it. So now we're going to see a tiebreaker to decide this second set.
Now, neither of these guys looks bothered by it, but I personally used to hate playing in a court that's half shade and half sun. And I had a much tougher time tracking the ball and really lining it up the way I would like to.
I think it does make things a little bit difficult sometimes, Bob. But I would look at it the other way and say, oh my God, the court's almost in the shade, and we're going to get a little relief because it's a hot, humid day out there.
Yes.
So she to serve first in this tiebreaker. Oh, beautiful play by Salazar to step into that backhand and drive Shi way off the court. Now Salazar is the first to strike and gets the mini break. Now 1-0 Salazar in this second set tiebreaker. And again, I look over at Maloney and Regalado, and these two are just battling hard. We're going to try to get a score update there. She just pummeled the forehand that Salazar couldn't handle, and now she gets the mini break back, and we're at 1-0 in the second set. So again, the loser of this match that we're watching here between Shi and Salazar will play the winner of the match between Regalado and Maloney for the right to play the winner of this match between Shi and Salazar. So that's the way the double elimination bracket is working here.
I'm not saying it was definitely the case, but that was the first mishit we've seen from Salazar. And the ball was traveling from sun into shade, and he could have had a little trouble picking it up there.
Could be, and I think Maloney just broke Salazar to go up 3-2 in the second set after winning the first. So Maloney going to serve for the match there. That was a guess that Maloney's up 3-2, but I believe I'm willing to put some money on this guess. Okay, so now we're Salazar with that point there, so now she's serving down 1-2 in the tiebreaker. Great serve by Shi out wide there that Salazar got a good look at, but he ended up pushing it a little bit long. He may have had a tough time dealing with the combination of the pace and the movement on that smooth serve from Brian Shi. So now we're at 2-2 in this second set tiebreaker.
Well,
and I did
I'm
just get
so
the
impressed.
official,
What
I just
you were
did get the official score update that
Okay.
Maloney is now up 3-2 in the second set, serving for the match.
But what you were saying before, Brian, about the resilience of the Ivy League tennis player, we're getting to see it firsthand right here. She's been underwater virtually the entire time, and he's still right in the middle of this thing.
He sure is. And now she's up 3. Now he's up 4-2 in the tiebreaker after that miss from Salazar. So it looked like she was down and out and for dead, and now he's in control of this second set tiebreaker up 4-2, and the players will change ends, and Salazar will get one more serve.
Taking a long look at the last call.
I'm sorry?
He's taking a long look at that last call.
Yeah, it was close, but it did appear to be back. And now it looks like Maloney has closed out the match and over Regalado. So Patrick Maloney will play the loser of this match here between Salazar and Shi. And again, Shi up 4-2 in the tiebreaker. Salazar serving at 2-4. If Shi can close out this second set tiebreaker, we'll have a match tiebreaker to decide this one. Oh, she was there. Yeah, he had some time there and just couldn't lift it that forehand over the net. So she now serving with a mini break, up 4-3 in this second set tiebreaker.
He had really created a nice opening for himself there.
He sure did. And so now the victor, Patrick Maloney, crossing in front of us with a big win over on court 8.
4-3.
She's serving at 4-3 in the tiebreaker, and he gets the error from Salazar, and Salazar for the first time shows a little bit of frustration. And I'm pretty sure what I heard was not a word that he should be said on the tennis court, but
I know that language. He was just saying, "Come on, you can do better." Nothing bad.
He didn't just say that. So she's serving at 5-3. Oh, she did such an excellent job there of
thought about it.
Of playing defense and turning defense into offense, and he may have just ran out of gas after that long point, and so now Salazar gets the mini break back and is serving at 4-5 in this second set tiebreaker. Salazar won the first set. If Salazar comes back to win this tiebreaker, she's going to kick himself for that one. Now we're at 5-all. So again, if Salazar pulls this match out, we'll see a rematch of Maloney and She in the next match, and they'll play for the right to play Salazar again. If She wins, it'll be Salazar and Maloney in the next match. Again, I think he went up the line and just one shot too early.
Yes.
And now Salazar with the match point. She to serve at 5-6 in this tiebreaker.
Salazar, again, content on a big point to counterpunch and not look to throw the heavy leather.
That's correct. And he went into She's backhand there, and that's playing with fire, but I think She got a little impatient, a couple shots too early. So now, again, match point for Salazar. She's serving at 5-6 in the tiebreaker. Oh, and She just hit a monster second serve. I mean, he definitely put a little extra grease on that serve. And
that was really kicked up.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, Salazar was basically in the fence and still hit the backhand. It was over his left shoulder. So now the players will change ends again at 6-all in this second set tiebreaker. Shi to serve at 6-all in the second set tiebreaker.
Six all.
Oh, what an excellent volley by Shi there. Played a great point, and then Salazar just hit a
great
fantastic low angle ball, and Shi came up with the goods there and to earn himself a set point. Salazar to serve at 6-7 in this second set tiebreaker. But what a fantastic effort there from Shi. What did you say, Bob?
Oh, beautifully done on all counts. Handling that net cord, taking his time, and then executing a really tough volley.
Yeah, Shi really showed that he must be going to yoga class with that stretch backhand volley. I hear the yoga classes at Harvard are excellent. And Shi gets the error and the closes out the second set.
Super so we'll tiebreaker on the way.
Match tiebreaker to decide this match. Salazar, rightly so, is a little bit upset with himself for letting that slip away. Again, he was up really in control of that second set and just could not close out the match. So the players will take a quick break and change ends, and we'll take a look at the full draw here. And we see Maloney has advanced to the finals of the losers bracket. Again, you'll see on the top line there's it's not connected to anything, so the loser of this match between Shi and Salazar will go on that line, and then Maloney and the loser of this match will play for the right to play the winner of this match once again. So we still have quite a bit of tennis left here today, and we're going to get to see a match tiebreaker. Salazar coming off the court, looks like he's grabbing some water. And we'll get this match tiebreaker going in just a second. And again, we have a very nice atmosphere here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club up in Mount Kisco. We're out in the woods, and some folks have joined us sitting on the lawn to the right of court 10, and with quite a bit of social distancing. But we're really enjoying a nice afternoon out here, and a much-needed reprieve from the quarantine of the
Alvaro,
pandemic.
great tournament. Pleasure having you. Yes.
Thank you. We're just Alvaro Regalado has just come over to the booth, and thank him. We're thanking him for having joining us in this tournament. It was a pleasure watching him play, and we hope he joins us again if he comes back to the Northeast. And we're going to keep following his career at Columbus State.
I'll be back.
We hope to see you, buddy. Thank you. And again, Alvaro Regalado, currently the #2 player in Division II college tennis, playing for Columbus State in Georgia, spending the summer in the Northeast. Just a delightful young man, and fantastic tennis player. And we're going to watch as his career advances. So getting ready to start this super tiebreaker here between Shi and Salazar. To decide this final match of the winners bracket. Salazar served first. And again, this will be a tiebreaker to 10. Oh, Shi a little bit off balance on that backhand there, and Salazar just kept moving him closer and closer to the sideline, and was able to get the error from Shi. So Salazar up 1-0 in this match tiebreaker to decide this match.
It's so interesting because that was pretty much the point that the match started with, right there. They went backhand to backhand, toe to toe.
We've seen a number of those points during this match. she went for the big serve out wide and just a little bit long. Oh, and the double fault from Shi. So now Salazar with the first opening of this match tiebreaker up 2-0. She serving down love 2. Misses the first serve. Oh, she with the backhand long, so she's backhand has let him down in the early stages of this super tiebreaker here. And Salazar with a commanding early lead, 3-love in this super tiebreaker. Now it looks like she may have had a little bit of a letdown after closing out that tight second set. But
definitely,
this match tiebreaker is a long way from being done. Salazar serving at 3-love, second serve.
Wow.
Interesting shot selection there by Salazar. Probably
Old school, that was an overhead.
Probably could have had an easy overhead, but decided to take a forehand out of the air, and he did a pretty nice job with it, if I must say so.
He did.
4-love. So this is an important point for Shi. He's really got to get on the board here. Shi with the forehand error. Now Salazar with a commanding 5-0 lead in this match tiebreaker. And a 5-0 lead is a big lead, even though a match tiebreaker is a little bit longer than a regular tiebreaker. Man, 5-0 is a big lead.
I mean, Salazar's been hitting second serve all day long down the tee, and that time he mixed it up.
Yep.
And
big serve
that
by,
was enough there to catch Shi into a forehand error. 5-1.
Big serve by Shi down the middle to get on the board here in this match tiebreaker. So now after the 6th point, Salazar up 5-1. They'll switch ends. So we haven't had any comments on the chat for a little while there. Anybody out there have any questions for me or Bob Cheviar or any of the other about the tournament, tennis in general, whatever you guys want to talk about? We love hearing your comments and questions. So this match has run pretty long. We were hoping to bring the final match of the event starting to at 5:45, but it looks like it's going to be backed up a little bit as there's got to be one more match to take place before the final match. Again, the loser of this match will play Patrick Maloney for a right to face the winner of this match in the finals of the 2020 Pro Shootout. And, wow, she is... made a lot of mistakes in this this tiebreaker here. He's going to be down 6-1 now with Salazar serving. Salazar hit a very, very nice
What a
kick
get from
serve out
Shi.
wide, got close to the net, and how she got that volley, I just don't know. But Salazar did take advantage of that. Now
We
he's
get a
up
chance
7-1.
to see the beautiful thinking on the part of Salazar. He hasn't served and volleyed all day.
Yep.
He's got a 6-1 lead. He hits a great kick serve out there and says, go ahead, pound one past me.
That's right. 7-1 Salazar serving. And Salazar with a well-placed serve up the tee and enough to get the error from Shi. Well, not really the error, but she really couldn't get a racket on it. So Shi serving down 1-8 in this match tiebreaker. Salazar in real command here. Another first serve for Brian Shi.
Good second serve.
Good second serve from Shi to stay in this here. Now Shi serving down 2-8. Now again, Shi was in a big deficit before, so let's see if he can once again stage a comeback here, Bob.
Another good second serve.
Well, Shi took care of business there and got the 2 points on his serve. So let's see if he can make a dent here on Salazar's serve and get back in this match tiebreaker. Salazar about to serve up 8-3. She gets the forehand error from Salazar there and is on a little bit of a run here. Let's see if he can keep it going. They're going to switch ends again. Salazar up 8-4 in the tiebreaker. Salazar will get another serve.
This is a big one. Because if Shi can come away here and then he's got the next two serves, all of a sudden we're in horse race territory.
That's correct, Bob. So that's all about putting scoreboard pressure on your opponent. Salazar to serve one more point at up 8-4 in this super tiebreaker. And again, the loser of this match will face Patrick Maloney again for the right to face the winner of this match in the finals of the 2020 Pro Shootout. So the winner of this match will get a nice break, while the loser of this match is going to have to grind out another match to get back to the
Salazar
finals.
hasn't done it often, but I'm going with the wide one here. He's trying to get the forehand error.
That was a good call, Bob, there. And I got to tell you, by looking at the grip he had there to serve, it did appear to me like he was going to go out wide as well. And I think it looks like he's got the same grip here. He does. He goes out wide. Oh, it just misses that backhand. So now Shi putting a little bit of pressure on Salazar, down 5-8. She's won, I think, the last 4 points of this super tiebreaker.
Boy,
He's not giving up.
it's where you want to bring out your Pete Sampras serve right about now to get these two.
Salazar playing way, way back. Okay, good thing he did, because that was a big kick serve. She really, really did a great job of driving Salazar off the court there and getting the error. So now she serving down 6-8. He's on a run of 5 straight points. And this match tiebreaker is now much closer than it was only 2 minutes ago.
Oh my gosh.
Now gotten a few comments here from a gentleman by the name of George Ortega is asking, how are you guys? We're great, George. Thanks for commenting, and thanks for watching. How are you? Oh, and the backhand error from Shi, and his run of 5 straight points comes to an end. And now Salazar will have 4. I'm trying to do the math here. At 5, 6, 7, 4 match points. He's up 9-6. So Salazar up 9-6 in this super tiebreaker. George Ortega also asks, what are the first things to improve if you're looking to make a big UTR jump? George, you got to just get out there and play. You got to play, work your way up slowly and steadily. Oh, Salazar, wow, just put a defensive lob on the baseline, drove Shi into the fence. But this is probably the longest point of the match here now. Salazar went from playing 20 feet beyond the baseline to playing inside the baseline, and he gets that forehand and comes up with the win. What an impressive match. And
what a fantastic match.
What a fantastic match. She just drove himself into a little bit too big of a hole in that super tiebreaker. Salazar played really well. So Salazar's now going to get a rest, and we're going to see a rematch between the friends Patrick Maloney and Brian Shi, and 2 practice partners. We saw them play yesterday, and in a very, very, very tight one. So Salazar's going to sit back, relax, kick his feet up, probably rehydrate, maybe get something to eat while he watches those 2 battle it out and waits for those 2 for the final match. And they're going to get the court ready for Shi and Maloney, and there you see the full draw as Salazar now awaits the winner of Brian Shi and Patrick Maloney, and we're going to take a break for a little bit and get back to you after the court's swept and the next match between Maloney and Shi comes onto the court. Much for watching, and we'll look forward to bringing you the final 2 matches of the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to bring you a rematch here of Brian Shee and Patrick Maloney. It was the two players played a very tight one yesterday, so these two are going to play in the finals of the losers bracket. You saw Brian Shee just lost a very tight one in the winners bracket to Jose Salazar, and Jose Salazar now awaits these two playing out for the right to play him in the finals of the Pro Shootout here. Patrick Maloney has come through the back draw today. He's won a couple of matches already today, and you see he's won two in the back draw after winning, I believe it was 2 matches yesterday before losing to Brian Shee. So we're going to have a special guest for during this match. I'm going to step out of the box in a moment, and Brad Breakstone is going to come in and commentate part of this match with my co-host here, Bob Cheviar, and give me a little bit of a break. Let me enjoy this great match coming up. And, it's an interesting scenario here where these two are playing each other for the second time in 2 days, Bob. And I think you have an interesting story about a similar scenario, right?
Not only playing each other for the second time in 2 days, but they're regular practice partners together.
Right.
During the COVID crisis.
That's
in particular. Correct. They're both from Long Island. So talking about knowing each other's games and what's going to happen, what to expect from your opponent, they have a clear idea. From yesterday's match, Maloney looked in charge until his serve maybe didn't quite do what it was doing. But let's be clear, what his serve was doing was absolutely spectacular.
Yep.
He was hitting the balls near the lines. He was mixing up placement, speed, everything. And it was very difficult for any of his opponents to get on the ball. But his serve went off a little bit, and then Brian Shee ended up taking him in a super tiebreaker.
Okay, Bob, didn't you just mention to me you have a story about two players on the Pro Tour playing each other back-to-back?
Back in the day, for my 50th birthday, I went with a couple buddies to the French Open, and final round of the qualifying was Feliciano Lopez of Spain against Mark Lopez of Spain, and Mark Lopez beat Feliciano, and it was the first time I ever saw Feliciano play. He was like 17 or 18. And I was so impressed with his entire game. Believe it or not, at that point in his life, he actually had a topspin backhand that was good, which he gave up for a lot of his career. But in any case, Mark Lopez beat him. And then the lucky losers were drawn. Feliciano got one, and he drew the qualifier, Mark Lopez, in the first round. So the very next day, they had to play each other 3 out of 5.
Wow.
And this time, Feliciano came through and beat Mark.
Okay, so Feliciano obviously learned something from that first match and ended up coming back to the second day to take advantage and beat Mark Lopez. Let's see if Patrick Maloney can do the same thing here.
So Brian Shee, who's taking his warm-up serve on the far side, as you saw, number 2 player for Harvard, was a top recruit for college tennis.
As was Patrick Maloney, who is attending the University of Michigan. Both of these players grew up very close to each other in Long Island. Brian in Jericho, New York, and Patrick in Oyster Bay, New York. They're both just right down the street from each other, and these two have been practicing quite frequently this summer. They both told us so. They're very familiar with each other's games, and have been playing a lot of practice sets against each other, and now playing each other for the second time in 2 days in a competitive context. So we have another Harvard versus Michigan matchup here. You see Patrick Maloney has decided to go with the all-yellow uniform for this late afternoon match. And
my personal favorite. Love yellow.
Okay. So as the players take their final warm-ups, get ready for this match. I'll get a sip
So I
of water
think we
as
also got
we,
to see.
as we step into this match, I'm going to step out of the booth and hand over my microphone to the tournament director and director of tennis here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, Brad Breakstone, and I'm going to take a break and enjoy this this great match. So, Brad, welcome to the booth.
So while Brad is getting his mic hooked up, players are just about ready to start this final match of the consolation bracket. And Mr. Shi has won the toss, and he's going to serve first. Might take your hat off and then put it on. Yeah.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. So Brad, this has been quite an event that you put together here. Mr. Shi, Brian Shi, serving at 30 love. Good first serve there, forcing an error. And this is the first chance, as we're nearing the tail end of the event, that you've been able to join us in the booth. So welcome, and there's a big thank you from the whole Chestnut Ridge community for the event and show that you put on here.
Thank you, Bob. I didn't want to talk during the point.
Right,
that was too good of a point to talk during anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually enjoying just sitting down and not doing anything for 30 seconds. So, no, but thank you for being one of our broadcasters, and Brian Meisner, and Philip Oler has done an amazing job. He's been working almost 24/7 this week, getting things ready and now getting it going here.
So in yesterday's match, Maloney's serve and his forehand were the shots that were really working in his favor. He maybe made a few too many backhand errors. But in the last match, we also saw that Brian Shi was able to step up and go on offense a little more than we might have thought. He really started to get to Jose a little bit with his big forehand, and it was working for a while.
Yeah, he was stepping it up in that last match, and you know, I thought he played better and better. Seems we have a little line dispute to start us off here, but I think these guys, they're friends, and they must have just talked it over right there.
Yeah, he changed his call from out to in.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bob, you've been talking about this already, I guess. These guys do know each other.
Oh, they practice together all the time. They play like 4 to 5 days a week, do drills and play sets. So there are no surprises out here.
Yeah. You know, and I'm sure everyone, you know who's practiced together, we've always had some line disputes, and you figure out a way to get over it. So these guys handled it the right way.
Well, there we got a look at the Maloney forehand. He really created something there. Maybe went for a little too tricky of a shot on the last one.
Yeah, there wasn't much to do with that low one. Probably had to just play it deep and come in. Use that big body of his up at the net.
I mean, that was an excellent slice from Shi. Maloney has his own great forehand slice. When he's put on the stretch, he can keep that thing low over the net and give the opponent nothing to work with. It's really quite a good shot.
And he's hit some good backhand slices as well.
Yes.
Using some drop shots too, I think we saw yesterday. Well, that's the interesting part about this tournament, too. These guys played each other yesterday, got to a super tiebreaker, so at least one of them's itching to have this rematch.
For sure. Well, if you weren't here yesterday, you missed seeing a lot of what you just saw there. Beautifully delivered serve right on the line from Maloney.
There's the big Maloney forehand.
Well, in yesterday's match, that was the pattern that served Maloney the best when he got going forehand to forehand with Shi. Shi, on the other hand, preferred backhand to backhand. So I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of reverting to that today.
He'll try to get it over that way and redirect, yeah. So also want to give a quick shout out to someone who's been helping us out remotely. He hasn't been here at all physically, but he's been with us virtually, is Randy Law. He's been the man behind the curtain helping us out with the website, updating the Chestnut Ridge website, putting nice links up on the homepage. Here comes it.
Boy, does that bring back a memory from yesterday when Maloney was serving to get into a second set tiebreaker off a similar ball. She guessed correctly twice and passed him. He made the shot, but he got passed. And that time,
do you think he was thinking about that from yesterday?
Yeah, I think there's a little.
Well, Bob, you've always said good tennis players have good memories, but sometimes the good memories might hurt you, right? If you're thinking too hard about that one from yesterday?
Well, that would be. So what you need to do is, as best you can, this is not so easy, but you need to say, because that's not going to be that rare that he hits a great serve and he gets a pop-up because his serve is so good, it's going to happen again. You have to have your plan, what you're going to do, so you're not thinking about it.
And then no second guessing.
No second guessing.
So what's going to happen right now at deuce?
Wide. Nope. But he is going to try to get it to his forehand, I believe. Oh, he tried and he missed it.
Tried a little too hard there.
Yeah. Well, his second serve.
You kind of picked that one right. He just had to make it.
Yesterday was spectacular in that he was forcing errors left and right. It was so good. So he knows he can do it.
I see there's an old Chestnut Ridge player on our YouTube live chat. Great to hear from you, Brad and Bob. It's Corey Casbaro.
Oh, Corey.
Bob, you remember Corey?
Of course. I just want to ask Corey a quick question. As I recall, you used to be a big Barca fan, and they were playing in the European Champions Cup yesterday, and I wondered if you tuned into the match. Lionel Messi and all those guys, they look good.
I didn't see any of it, but Corey, you can respond to that if you're still watching. And for all you club players and USTA players out there, there was a legendary story of Corey Casbaro helping his Chestnut Ridge men's 4.5 team beat West Rock in the playoffs back when they used to allow the first place team to host the home match. Corey Casbaro took the train from the city. He wasn't even playing on the team anymore, but he heard that the team made it to the finals. Gets on the train right after work, comes up and helps sweep the court, and is cheering like a home crowd maniac during the match against the West Rock team. And without bad intentions towards the other team, just to pump up his own team, he made a big difference in giving his team energy, and that's what makes team tennis fun.
For sure.
And I think that's why these guys love playing for their college teams so much too, when we're talking about that.
Well, that last point was a great love 40 return from Maloney. Notice he went for it all out there and forced an error. Good time to take a little bit of a freer swing, because you're probably not going to get the game anyway.
We've seen all the top pros do that as well, right?
We do.
And now he's got to look at a second serve. Can he stay loose again?
It's pretty far back here. Right off the line. Can't do better than that. Excellent return.
Looked pretty loose to me. So now we got a close game all of a sudden. Love 40, and now it's 2 points and it's anybody's game. How's Maloney going to play this point if he gets a look? Is he going to stay loose, or is he going to be a little more conservative?
I think he's going to stay loose. But I think she may be giving him a forehand here. No, right into the backhand again. That's about as well as I've seen Maloney play off the ground. That was a beautifully constructed point.
Okay. Maloney can get back in it here with one more point.
He can get right back in this set here.
Where's she going with this serve?
Oh, gee, I'm not doing so well today, so I'm going to pass on that one. It's nothing like the score, the same shot that he made 3 times in a row. But now it's no add point, and the ball's not in. The score adds that little bit of pressure. It's true on all levels of tennis.
Yeah, but would you say that was a good sort of body serve, or was that in Maloney's strike zone and he was just a little tense there? Oh, so we got to talk about one of our sponsors. This is not my job, folks. Brian Meisner is the pro at this, but we'd like to say a few words about Fado. It's a amazing clothing store in the town of Katona. I believe it's right next to, oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to read, yeah, Brian's pointing to me. It was founded in July of 2018. The love child of many fashion industry talents. One of them would be one of our own players, Lisa Hickey, and John Hickey's played with us as well. They are generous sponsors. It's located in the town of Katona, We love introducing new brands and products into our market and hope to inspire and provoke individuality. I know many people who have shopped there. It's an amazing little boutique clothing store. If anyone's in the area, go check it out. Say hello to Lisa. Let her know you're a tennis player as well.
Yeah.
By the way,
Fado.
Thank you, Fado. And by the way, Lisa also connected Chestnut Ridge with a hookup for some face masks for all of our staff members. So we actually have face masks that have the staff logo on it for our pros.
Cool.
Yeah, she was the one that got us those.
Well,
So, Bob, what are you thinking here? Maloney's down 3. Is he just going to play loose and see what happens, or is he going to really work hard to get back in this?
I think he'd like to win his serve here. But
Yeah.
remember, in this format, it just takes one little short period of slightly off play, and you're going to lose a set. So given his capability, even if he loses this set for love, I don't think this match is over by any means.
Yep. Before I step out, I did see some Michigan fans shouting out in the comments section yesterday. If anyone's still listening, feel free to shout out. Hope you guys are watching Maloney. And if any Harvard alumni are watching or Harvard players are watching, give us a shout out as well. I've got a few more things to do, and I'm going to run around a little more. Thank you, Bob, for having me in the booth.
Brad.
Philip, I'd like to thank you personally as well for all the hard work you've been doing. And over there right next to Philip, she's been keeping score the whole time these past 2 days.
Well, she got the title of assistant producer from Brian today, so
Excellent.
she's really moving up
That's
in the
the
world.
right title.
You're
You know,
the
and
assistant producer, Zoe. Yes, you are. Yeah.
We have a couple other assistants that have been great. The Greenstein brothers over the weekend. Patrick Omer stopped in yesterday. And then we have 2 other assistants today, James Schroeder and Oliver Giebelhaus. All the kids that have been helping us out are just fantastic people, and they're fantastic tennis players and students themselves, too. One more shout out before I step out. We have 2 trainers, physical therapists, that have been helping us out so much. Darius and Wojtek. They've been working hard the whole weekend, and they are just pure tennis fanatics.
Yes, and the players appreciate it.
Yes, and the players have been taking advantage of them, and they've been getting the real treatment. So it's been great having them.
Well, we got to see those last few points, the 1-2 punch afforded by Maloney when it's serve followed by forehand. He down love 30. He's played 3 very strong points back to back.
So I don't know if you guys were watching his previous match against Regalado, but when he was serving it out, he was serving for the match, I think, at 3-2. And I think he hit 3 consecutive aces. And right before he was about to serve that match point, Regalado couldn't stop laughing. And he just said to Maloney, "I'm going to touch this one." And he got his racket on, and he was happy just to get the racket on the ball. And that was the match. that's how big Maloney's serve is, and that's coming from Regalado, who's #1 in the country in Division II. So it's certainly a huge serve.
A no ad point coming up here.
Oh, this will be fun.
Excellent serve.
So it's
he's
still
on the
1
board.
break. I'm going to step out. I'm going to run around some more. I think I have a racket that needs to be strung somehow.
Okay.
Bob, thanks for having me in the booth.
Oh, what a pleasure. Thank you for joining us.
I'm going to let the real pro, Brian Meisner, take back over. All right, thank you, guys.
Yeah. Too bad it looked like Maloney was right on that return, but the ball was just long. And so we're at 15 love. He was right on that return. Right on that return. And watching the ball really well into the racket isn't talked about that much by the pro commentators, but the only way you can deliver returns like Maloney just did right there is you have to have extremely good focus with your point of contact. He was sweet spot all the way there. What a good point that was. Well played from both players.
Okay, sorry for the delay there. Had a little microphone malfunction, equipment malfunction there, but we're all set here now. And it's Brian Meisner back taking over taking the control of the booth back from Brad Breakstone. And
it
Bob
was tough to get Brad out of here.
It
I
is.
mean, you kept hinting, but he was sticking around.
Well,
boy.
you know, I think Brad is a little better at the tournament director spot. He, got to keep the conversation going. I had to give him a nudge a couple times to keep talking, and some crucial points there. So now we're here at she up 3-1, 30-15 in this first set, and Maloney looks like he is certainly stepping up his game a little bit, and hopefully he can get back in this first set. But I heard you say one thing, Bob, that even if she does close out this first set and he closes out at 4-love or 4-1, that this match is not over, and we all know it's not. So,
right.
The level of ball striking that I've seen in this throughout this set has been extremely high. These two guys, they are hitting the ball big. She's serving at 30-all, up 3-1 in the first set. Again, these two players are playing for the right to face Jose Salazar in the final match of the 2020 Pro Shootout, and what a bounce she got off that serve there by Maloney, who is...
Both players got a tough bounce there.
Yeah,
one of them handled it, the other one couldn't
that's
quite.
Correct. Maloney, who was a tall, lean, strong player, just had no problem with that high bounce.
Yeah, it was way over his head. Incredible shot. So we have a double break point here for Maloney.
Double break point for Maloney to get back on serve in this first set.
So last break point, he did the kicker wide.
This time he went for the big one
he
down the
mixed
tee.
them
It
up.
worked.
He's going to pick the ad box again.
Okay, Maloney with the choice of receiving is choosing to receive on the ad side, and he's standing way, way back. Oh, and she did a great job of getting that serve out wide, forcing the short reply, and just took the forehand up the line there and closed out this first set.
That was so well executed on a big point to close out the set.
Very
really
well
beautiful
executed.
tennis.
And I have to say, it's nice to see Shi stepping up his service game in this match, because in the first match his first serve percentage must have been extremely low. Now we're going to say thank you to another one of our sponsors, the Little Shop of Tennis. The Little Shop of Tennis, located near the front entrance of Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, carries a wide selection of equipment and attire. Owner Courtney James is always helpful, whether it's choosing a new racket, ordering team uniforms, or getting a restringing. Thank you to the Little Shop of Tennis for sponsoring the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout.
Just so you know, Alberto Salazar, who's due to play in the finals against the winner of this match, here it is, pretty late on a Sunday afternoon, and the Little Shop of Tennis is getting a racket strung for him for the finals at the last minute. So excellent service from the Little Shop of Tennis.
Excellent, making sure all the players are ready to play in their best form. And Brad mentioned the trainers we have on site, Wojtek, doing a absolutely fantastic job keeping the players healthy through 2 long days of tennis, after a lot of these players have had a long layoff due to the pandemic. So Maloney serving to open up the second set, and makes a forehand error to open up the first set. Look, he just
Maloney got a little overexcited.
Overexcited there. Maloney's got to be careful, because this is he could get himself in a lot of trouble if he goes down a break here. And Shi with the backhand error. Now 15 all in this first game of the second set here.
So we were talking a little bit earlier about return of serve position. She seems to be standing in more when it's a second serve to take that backhand kicker on the rise and not letting the ball play him as much.
Exactly.
And he's been doing a great job with it this set.
Exactly. He's taking it early. He's cutting it off before the ball really kicks way out wide, and it's a very smart play. She just got a little too much of that forehand, and it sailed long. So now Maloney serving up 30-15 in the first game of the second set. Brian Shi won the first set 4-1. And now you see the court is completely covered in shade, so it's got to be a lot cooler out there for the players. I know it feels a lot cooler where we are.
It does feel much better.
Big
right off the line,
there. Great
serve.
And I commented on this yesterday, but Maloney, he's just got such length off that serve that he can, he's got, because of his height and how high he's getting up on his serve, he's just got so much angle, and it's so much easier for him to get that serve out wide than when just a player a couple inches shorter. He actually commented that's something he's been working on, and great job covering the net there. And Maloney with the hold to go up 1-love early on in this second set.
Excellent approach shot. He kept it so low there wasn't much Shi could do with that passing shot.
He kept it low there. He didn't give Shi any time to get there and set up. And the result was an easy volley there for Maloney to close out the hold. Now Shi to serve down love 1 in the first set. And again, we're live at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club here in Mount Kisco, New York, on this beautiful August Sunday afternoon. And most of you, if you are in the area, you probably know this, but if you're not, you don't. We had a terrible storm here on Tuesday that knocked down a lot of trees, a lot of power lines, still a lot of people here in Westchester County without power, so we're very lucky to be able to bring this to you live from Mount Kisco, New York. And we're working off generator power. That's I was just reminded of that. So luckily for the generator. the, or I'm sorry, she with the errant forehand, goes a little wide, and now Maloney's got a little bit of an opening here early in this service game. She's first service game of the second set.
I like the variety on that return. Nice heavy high ball instead of a blasting shot.
A little controversy here. That was a close call, but it did look a little deep to me. So these two friends getting a little bit heated in this competition here, which is not unusual among tennis players. So we have a question from Kristina Kuglova, who asks, do you know of any other tournaments like these that will be streamed on YouTube in the near future? And I'm sorry, Christina, as we see that forehand go wide from Patrick Maloney. We're at 15-all now in this first service game of the second set from Shi. But back to that, Christina, I'm sorry, I don't. But we're actually only able to bring this to you live from the because of the excellent work of our producer Philip Oler, who set the whole thing up, the live commentary and the YouTube channel and the connection and all that stuff. It's really actually you should see what we have here. It's a pretty big setup to provide this to you, and it's being provided on a volunteer basis from Philip. Bob and I are volunteered our time to do the commentary, but we don't know of any other tournaments that are going to be streamed like this. There are events going on all over the country on different platforms. I know that there's one down in Saddlebrook that's been produced by Harry Chickma. That is an exhibition event. It's been ongoing for a few weeks, but there are other events going on different platforms, just not through the same production that we're doing here. Now, back to the match. Brian Shi serving at 30-15, down love 1 in this second set.
Okay, so it's very subtle, but I think something happened there a little bit. I think Maloney was upset that his friend that he plays with a lot was questioning his call there. And he reacted a little bit angrily to circling the mark. And since that replay, it was love 15, he's been a little bit off his game. I think
she just hit a monster
that was
serve
a
down the
beautiful
tee.
serve.
You could be correct, Bob, but I think both of these guys have been in so many competitive situations in the past. They've undoubtedly played each other many times coming up through the juniors, and I don't know if they've played each other in college, but they've certainly played each other many times along the lines. And even among best friends, there's always going to be questioning of calls, and it doesn't surprise me. And I'm sure Maloney will get over it very quickly. I'm sure she will get over it very quickly. It's not first time it's happened to either one of these two guys. So now Maloney serving at 1-all in the second set.
Again, she was stepping in and taking that ball early. He missed that one, but that's been a really good play for him.
He does like to take that back and return early, and I think it's beautiful. Oh, and that return was a little long from Shi. So now Patrick Maloney up 30-love in this game, 1-all in the second set. Maloney goes with the big out wide serve there. Man, that serve had a lot of action on it. It was moving away from Shi. She did have a look at it, but mistimed it and put the ball in the bottom of the net. So now Maloney serving 40-love. Okay, so Maloney went for the big forehand there and caught the top of the tape, but still got 3 more game points
Great serve.
And that was very, very close, but it didn't miss it. Out wide there. Maloney does close out the hold and goes up 2-1 in this second set. Trophy Central. It is the smile that matters. Nothing makes us happier than when a customer sends us a picture of kids smiling from ear to ear as they receive their end-of-season awards, or an office worker proudly holding one of our custom award plaques for their colleagues to see. Trophy Central is proud to provide the awards for this shootout. So thank you, Trophy Central.
Thank you so much.
And I think, Bob, you said yesterday Trophy Central also provides the awards for a lot of the junior tournaments that are held here.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so you've been working with Trophy Central for many years, it sounds like.
At least the last 5 or 6. One of the members here owns the company, but I didn't know he had a trophy company until about that time.
Gotcha. So now we're back here with Brian Shee serving down 1-2 in the second set. Shee won the first set.
That's a beautiful way to start the game.
I just got handed a very important note by the tournament director, and on that note it says the word nothing. So I don't know why he came over to us.
Oh.
Do you have any idea, Bob? You've known him longer than I have. So now, after a big serve by Shee up 15-love. Another first serve by Shee, and Shee has definitely upped his first serve percentage in this match compared to the match against Salazar. $30-love. Wow, big serve by Shee down the middle there. She has now put in 3 huge first serves. I think we're going to work on bringing Patrick Hirsch back into the booth and get a little bit of his take, having knowing so many of these players very well from the junior days, having worked with them. Get a little bit of commentary here. Oh, what a beautiful forehand there from Maloney, and a well-played point by both players. She just got a little unlucky there with the net cord, but I got to tell you, the sound coming off the rackets of these two both striking the ball now it's big time, Bob. It's a loud pop. You know, it sounds very much like you're sitting on the side of the court watching a match on court 7 or court 11 at the U.S. Open. Oh, Maloney really used his slice backhand very nicely there to change up the pace and push Shee back a little bit. So now Shee serving at 40-30 in this 40-30 in this game. Maloney up 2-1 in the second set. Shee having won the first set 4-1. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful point by Shi. She, like I said before, she is now putting in a lot of first serves. He's taking control of the point. It allows him to step in and take advantage of a short backhand like that. And let me tell you, that even though that backhand was short, that was no easy shot that she just pulled off. He was a screamer down the line to close out the game here. And
well, we do have a little bit of a repeat. It was the other guy winning the first set yesterday, but it is 2-all in the second, and things did happen at 2-all in the second yesterday.
That's very, very true, Bob. Now Maloney serving there. This is a crucial game for Maloney. Just remember, if he doesn't hold here, she's going to serve for the match. She gets she makes the backhand error. Now Maloney up 15-love. Two all in the second set. Maloney just missed a very, very, very easy sort of overhead volley there, unfortunately, and that could come back to cost him.
Got himself a little bit off balance for some reason there. Yeah. Whatever. I don't think we need that.
What a return there by Shi to throw Maloney off.
Tremendous return of serve.
Now it's a crucial point here, 30-all. Now crucial point here from Maloney. Let's see what he has here. Where do you think he's going here, Bob?
I'm going to say wide.
Bob says he's going wide. No, he goes into the body. Oh, maybe he should have gone wide there because she moved out of the way and got a real good look at that return, and Maloney couldn't get enough on that forehand. She just replied with a big shot to set up a 30-40 point here. Maloney serving at 30-40, and 2 break points now for Shi.
Excellent time by Shi to step it up and go for it.
Now if Shi can pull off the break here, he's going to serve for the match. And is it possible Maloney just ran out of gas, having to play several more matches than Shi to get to this point in the tournament? It's very possible. Oh, and Maloney just yelled out a yeah and looked right at Shi. So, you know, these two guys may be friends, but there's no love lost here. They are jawing at each other pretty good here. You know, and I expect the competitiveness between these two has gone back many years, probably back to the 12 and unders.
I'm sticking with the wide. Nope.
And he went up the tee and just missed that wide.
So So we did go to the forehand there. So
went to the forehand on the second serve. That was dangerous. She got a really good look at it and just overcooked it just a little bit. So now,
well, I think these guys are very much like the top pros, and by that I mean returning serve. Pros, the typical pro makes more errors on their forehand return, but they're a little more dangerous on their forehand return. The backhand comes in play much more often, but it's typically not as big of a shot.
Is that a fact, Bob?
That
Have you
is a
seen
fact.
statistics on that?
Yes, I have.
Interesting. I never thought that. I would think that the pros with two-handed backhands have better backhand returns than forehand returns. However, the pros with one-handed backhands, very, very tough. That's a real liability, especially these days in the pro game, to return serve with a one-handed backhand. And I think it's a big reason why Roger Federer has not been able to keep up with Nadal and Djokovic. So, but that's interesting. I've never seen any studies on that.
I will
so
check
now,
my sources and send you the data.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it, but that is very, very interesting. And maybe next time when we do this, we'll kind of come up with a system that helps us keep statistics a little bit better in terms of first serve and that stuff. And that'll be our project next time we do one of these. So now she serving down 2-3. Now a 15 love. She having won the first set.
Maloney just looked a little overexcited again on that last shot.
I think you're right. And if there is a shot, he does tend to get overexcited on it. It is the forehand return. So I got to tell you, if I'm Maloney on that backhand side, I think he's got to step in and take that return a little bit earlier. That's the third or the fourth time where she's just pushed him back way off the court. The backhand return, and Maloney he got a good strike at it, but he's so far off the court that Maloney just puts. She just puts the ball into the forehand, and Maloney can't get it. It's geometry. Oh, that's a free point there from Maloney.
Did you see that return? That's a shot I've still got, where I can float a backhand slice right to the middle of the court.
I thought you meant the forehand miss from Shi.
No.
We all have that shot.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic forehand, inside-in forehand there from Maloney, and we've seen him use that many times today. So now we have another big point here at 30-all on Shi's serves. She's serving 2-3 in the second set. So Maloney trying to set up an opportunity to break Shi here and close out this second set. And as we speak, Jose Salazar is inside the building stringing his racket and probably... Maloney does get the break here in the second set. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He does get the break point.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 break points here to close out the second set. I was just about to say Jose Salazar's in the nice, cool building, stringing his racket, getting ready for these two. He's probably listening to some music and having a cold drink. And getting ready. So Salazar's come through this about as cleanly as he could, even though the match with Shi was kind of tight. So Shi pushes the forehand long. So now we're going to see a match tiebreaker again between Shi and Maloney. They went to a match tiebreaker yesterday. So you heard Patrick Maloney yell out a big roar there, and he's trying to pump himself up. And he did a great job to get back in the match there. So we're going to see another match tiebreaker here.
So something did happen again at 2-all, differently from yesterday, but definitely we had a switch there in momentum, if you want to call it that, between the two players.
Yeah, Maloney did go up. He went up 3-2. He held his serve at 2-0. He held his serve, went up 3-2. And then I'd say the biggest switch happened there at Maloney was down 15-30. Got Shee's service game back to 30-all, and then won 3 straight points to close out that second set there. So it's really amazing how quickly things can happen, especially in this short set format here. But that could also happen up, in a regular match at 4-5. Same thing, and especially in a college match where they do play no ad. In a professional match, of course, they're going to play with regular deuce ad, regular scoring. But things happen very, very quickly in this no ad short set format, and we're going to see a tiebreaker here between Shee and Maloney. Again, these two have been jawing at each other a little bit throughout this match, questioning a few line calls. There's certainly a little bit of the competitiveness between these two longtime foes has come to be here. And Patrick Maloney's to serve to open up this super tiebreaker. Misses the big serve just wide. Second serve. Oh, and she did take that one very early and put all his weight into that backhand and let out a big roar there. And I think that was a reaction to Maloney getting in his face a little bit with the big screams at the end of the second set there.
Oh yeah, they're both. It's like college now.
Yeah.
They're right in the middle of it.
I guarantee if we were at a Harvard-Michigan match here right now, it would be very, very loud.
Yes.
Probably louder from the Michigan faithful than the Harvard faithful, even though they both do get nice crowds at their tennis matches. So now Shee takes the early lead and goes up 2-0 in this super tiebreaker. I've been to Michigan tennis matches before. In fact, I was commenting yesterday, I saw them play Columbia this year, and they are just a team with a lot of energy, and that's exactly what I would expect from an Adam Steinberg coach team. They are loud, and it started from the second they started warming up. The energy until and it was a long match until the match ended, and even though I think Maloney played number 6 during that match, was all the way down at the end. You could hear screaming and yelling coming down from down there, and the Columbia fans also get very, very, very loud. Now 2-1 in this super tiebreaker for Shee. She misses that forehand there. So Maloney going to serve the next 2 points.
In your knowledge of tennis, I think I know who was the first player to call out "come on" when your opponent would miss. It used to be a no-no in terms of etiquette on the court.
Yeah.
But now it's everywhere.
Right.
But who was the first guy?
I really don't know.
Leighton Hewitt.
No.
Yes.
No, there were guys before. Wielander, and they used to yell in Swedish, and before that, even Yannick Noah used to do it, and in French.
Really?
Leighton Hewitt was famous because he had that long "come on" with the Australian accent. But he was definitely not the first player to yell to get himself pumped up. I think it goes back long before that. I think there was a big change in the early to mid '80s about the attitudes of the tennis game, and the personalities became a lot more fiery around that time. The Yannick Noah, the John McEnroe. Lendl never used to yell, but you certainly could tell when he was upset. Great
way to follow it up
by Maloney. Now Shee going to serve the next 2 points down, up 3-2 in this super tiebreaker. So and certainly Jimmy Connors was a yeller, and maybe he didn't say "come on," but he would certainly do that fist pump before, and that was before Leighton Hewitt.
When the other guy would miss.
Sure.
Okay.
Huh. Connors would do anything to get in your face. Close, big serve out wide from Shee, and the officials looking at the mark. Looks like we're going to get a second serve from Shi here.
It's great to have officials out there. It keeps everything cool.
Super official there, Brad Maisie, the pride of New Zealand. And the forehand error there, and Maloney tried to go with the high, heavy forehand there, and unfortunately just missed. So now players are going to switch sides. She up 4-2 in this super tiebreaker. She'll get, Maloney will get one more serve.
Well, Maloney seems to be
she will get one more serve.
His best tennis when he's behind. As soon as he's about to draw even, gets a little tougher.
It's a little
for
tight.
him.
That's an interesting observation. Now closing in on the conclusion of this match, and again, the winner of this match will take on Jose Salazar for the in the championship match. What a serve out wide there from Shi, and even though Shi ends up tries to go behind Maloney, but Maloney stood put and comes up with the big point to get the mini break back. So now Maloney will serve down 3-4 in this super tiebreaker. And I got to tell you, even though Maloney stood still there and was able to come up with that and guess right, he still came up with a fantastic lob over Shi's head.
He did.
Shi really had no shot from that point. But Shi is going to kill himself for not going cross court there on that high volley.
I would just remind you, when the court's wide open, hit the opening. You
certainly on that one there.
Yeah.
He
like there.
just like Maloney just did.
Yes.
So now we're at 4-all in the super tiebreaker. So remember, the first 1 to 10 will decide this this match, win by 2.
That was such an excellent serve to get things started. Didn't let him get on his strike zone there at all.
And I don't know what is going on the side of the court there, but it seems to me like we have a woman doing some exercises, some leg lunges there as she misses that. That must have distracted Shi during that forehand return, because it certainly distracted me. I'm not sure what is the situation out there, but so Shi now serving at down 4-5 in this super tiebreaker. Wow, what a big out wide serve there from Shi.
Well, I know who that is down there. I'm not going to mention her name, but I will say that she's a competitive dancer, and I think she's decided she needs to limber up a little bit, and this happens to be the moment.
And in that spot, I guess.
Yes.
At 5-all in the super tiebreaker here in this highly competitive match between two excellent players. Oh, She looks like he just laid off of that forehand a little bit. The racket speed slowed down.
Yes, he did.
I don't know if he got maybe a bad bounce or something, but gives Maloney a little bit of an edge here. Maloney's now serving up 6-5.
Well, this is where we get to see. This is the first lead that Maloney has had in the Super.
That's correct.
And I had said before he looked more comfortable being behind. So let's see how he handles the responsibility.
Let's see. It's now on his serve. It's on his racket. He's controlling the next 2 points here. So
this is just where you'd think he'd want to be with his serve.
I would think so. Second serve.
You know
Maloney
what's
with the
funny?
big kick
She
serve out wide.
disappeared because her mom is listening to the stream, so she heard, and then she moved her.
Okay.
Oh, and she's back.
And she's back. So now Maloney up 7-5 in this tiebreaker as the two players will switch ends.
That was an excellent serve from Maloney again. I mean, his percentage in this match hasn't been quite what we saw in some of his performances yesterday, but still very good.
Very good. And now he's in the driver's seat if he can get this point, and he'll be putting a lot of pressure on Shi.
Now he's been going for the bomb up the tee in this match consistently, but he hasn't quite made enough.
Yeah, I think he's going up the tee here. Nope, he's going to go wide. Now I'm going to say. Oh, he went to the body. I was wrong both times.
What a return that was.
What a return by Shi. You know, most of the time, a body serve to the backhand hip is a very effective serve. And Shi just gets his hands out there so quickly and out in front. He
did a beautiful
just
job.
blocks it back. He uses the pace of the serve. So now Shi gets the mini break back, serving at 6-7 in this super tiebreaker.
Again, Maloney almost out of our picture, or he is. You just see the edge of his racket there. And he missed it.
Oh man, I gotta tell you, Maloney, he really should show him a different look and try to get in quicker. Maloney's got quick hands on the back hit. He can do it. Now we're level again at 7-all in this super tiebreaker. Oh, great point there by Maloney to work the ball. Work Shi side to side, and it's going to give Maloney a chance to serve this match out.
His inside-in forehand is so nice to watch.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. I'm sure his two coaches in Michigan, Adam Steinberg and Benjamin Becker, have been working on that with him, and it's a huge weapon for Maloney, along with his serve. And you know, he was telling us yesterday about the adjustments he's made on his serve, and I'm expecting, and hopefully we will have a college tennis season this year, but I'm expecting a big year from Patrick Maloney on a stacked Michigan team. And I'm expecting them to make a run for both the Big Ten title and possibly a national title. A huge serve up the tee there from Maloney to give himself 2 match points. Up 9-7 now in this super tiebreaker.
I'm not predicting now. I'm asking if he'll just go wide, because this is the way to win the match.
I'm looking at the grip. I think he is going wide. And he did. And Maloney gets the match.
Wow.
What a comeback from Patrick in this match. Really a well done, hard fought, tough match. So now we're going to see Patrick Maloney take on Salazar for the championship in a few minutes. We're going to take a short break. I see Salazar walking around. He's put on a brand new, nice, bright pink shirt, so we'll know who he is coming up. And so we're going to come back in a few minutes after taking a short break. Thank you all again for joining us. We're looking forward to a big time final, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
See you in a few minutes.
Okay, we're back live here. It's Brian Meisner, and I have another Brian here in the booth with me. I have Brian Shee, who we saw play a couple really, really tight matches today. Thanks for joining us, Brian. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no, of course, no problem. I mean, definitely a fun weekend, obviously. Sucks to lose, but definitely enjoyed it a ton and looking forward to the next one.
Absolutely. We're glad to have you. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you play here this weekend. And you and I were talking yesterday, and I had told you I've seen you play a couple of other times in a couple of very different formats. I saw you down at the ECAC, I believe at Princeton, about a year and a half ago, and watched a bunch of your matches online, your college matches from Harvard online, and you've been a joy to watch play, and I keep seeing the improvement that you're making, and it's really, really great to see, and thanks for being here. But why don't you talk a little bit about playing in a format like this after such a long layoff?
Yeah, no, of course. First of all, I mean, thank you for everything you said just now. It really means a lot just to see that you're following all my results. In terms of the format, I mean, it's definitely really interesting. Obviously, a big change coming from college tennis and even professional tennis, where we're playing 2 out of 3 matches, full sets to 6, tiebreak at 6-all. Definitely adds an element of kind of anticipation, I guess, not really knowing what's going to happen next. And at the end of the day, it really comes down to maybe a few deuce points, maybe a few points in a breaker, just like it did in this last match and my matches before that one. At the end of the day, I mean, super interesting. I think should be used more often, especially in these prize money tournaments, where we can kind of train those big points, especially for players like me, other college players. Also makes it so much more interesting for the spectators as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan for sure.
Well, that's great to hear. So, what are your plans for the rest of the summer? I know you've been mostly, you haven't been able to travel to tournaments, and I took a look back at your results when we were getting ready for the tournament, going back all the way into maybe your first year of 18s, maybe even your last year of 16s, going in. You really had a lot of experience playing internationally. You played in a couple of the junior Grand Slams, and now I suspect you've probably been home from college probably since the second week of March.
Yep.
You haven't been able to travel for over 4 or 5 months, and it's I don't know another time in the course of your tennis career where you're going to have a period like that where you've been home for so long. What have you been doing to stay fit, stay sharp?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think we've been back for a few months now. I don't know the exact date. Time really goes by pretty quickly when you're quarantined. But I mean, I was forced to take, I believe it was 2 months off from tennis. Snow hitting balls, which was, really pretty anxiety-inducing, to be honest with you. But obviously, I was trying to do other things to make sure my physical conditioning was up to speed and all of that. I was doing a lot of sort of body weight exercises at home, making sure to go 2 a days, even though there's not as much motivation as there would be if I was training. So I really made a big effort to kind of do the strengthening as well. And so I think, it paid off as well. I think you made that comment yesterday after my match, saying I was a little bigger, which is a very promising comment for me. Just to know that my work is shaping up.
Yeah, I do notice that you're able to pump up the MPHs on the serve a little bit more than I remember. The last couple times I've seen you play, and that's I think that's going to be a good thing. And
definitely,
going back into hopefully we're going to have a college season this year.
Exactly.
You guys at Harvard were on an absolute tear this year. I think you were 11-1.
Yeah. At
the time when the season was called. As we see, we're about to start the finals match here between Maloney and Salazar, but Harvard, you guys were on a tear. You're 11-1. I think your only loss was to Cornell in the finals of the ECACs, and I know that couldn't have felt good, even though you're going to certainly get another shot at that at the end of the year, but you never did get that shot, unfortunately.
Exactly. So. I mean, definitely a bummer. We had to cut it halfway short, but at the end of the day, it was the right decision. Want to make sure everyone on the team is safe, and honestly, it was great to play here, especially, I haven't played a competitive match since our season was canceled back in March, I believe. So even though I lost, I mean, it was a great way to kind of get back into competition shape and sort of train everything that I've been working on in practice.
So as we see the first game of the championship match here, I just want to ask you about one more thing, and then I'm going to let you go.
100%.
But you got a really unique experience early in the year in getting to play in the ATP 250 New York Open and playing Cam Norrie, another former college player, in the first round. Just talk a little bit about what that experience was like. That was must have been a really unique experience, and maybe, just probably, I assume it was the first time you played in an ATP level match.
Yep. First ATP match ever, and honestly, it was really awesome. I mean, it's really hard to kind of describe that experience, but in simple terms, I think it really just gave me a great deal of motivation going forward. I mean, especially, I was injured that prior fall semester, so I was out of tennis for about 2 or 3 months or so, and being able to. I was training so hard during that time off, and obviously seeing all that work come to fruition at the end of the year and beginning of this year. I was able to play such a competitive match. Also, just 5-10 minutes away from my home, in front of all my friends, all my family, play on TV for the first time, which was which was really awesome. And yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's really hard to describe, but it was a great experience, 100%.
Yeah. Well, I think you've done a great job of describing it, Brian, and really thanks for coming up this weekend up here and playing in our event. And I believe I have a check that Brad just handed to you for $550.
Thank you so much.
So thanks again for coming up. I wish you the best of luck. Hope you make it back to Harvard, and I don't know if you guys are playing St. John's this year, but I'm sure I'll see you sometime in the spring or in the fall, and I'm going to keep following you, man.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm definitely looking forward to the next one, whether that be later this summer or later this winter break.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for
Thanks
everything.
again, Brian. And we'll welcome Bob Chevier back into the booth as Brian steps out, and we're in the first game of the championship match here with Jose Salazar serving at 30-40, and we're going to have our first deuce point of the match here as Maloney puts that back in the net. And man, the weather here has cooled down tremendously. We're getting a little bit of a breeze here. The sun's starting to set. In fact, the brightest thing on the court right now is Jose Salazar's shirt. And here we go. Maloney chose to take the serve on the deuce side. Oh, Maloney went for his signature shot, the inside-in shot, and just caught the top of the net. So Salazar holds in the first game, up 1-0 in the first set. Bob is working his way back into the booth here. We'll give him a moment to get his headset on as we take a look at the full drawer. And you see Salazar has come through this very nicely. He's only played this is only his third match of the entire tournament, and this is now Maloney's. Maloney has played 1, 2. Like well, we took the draw off there, so now it was going to be a little bit of a guess there. Maloney 2, 3, 4. This is the sixth match of the tournament. So he's played a lot more tennis this weekend than Salazar. He uses the big serve to push Salazar back, and comes up with the drop shot. 15-love for Maloney now. Down love 1 in this first set of the championship match. And we just got a comment from Corey Hubbard, who is the new director of tennis at Innis Arden Club in Greenwich, Connecticut. Corey's an old friend of mine, former assistant coach at St. John's. Absolute great tennis coach and a tennis enthusiast. A lot of energy, and brings a lot of energy to his new job at Innis Arden. Corey, thanks for watching, buddy. I really appreciate it. Now Maloney serving at 15 all here. Maloney put another inside-in forehand in the
he did.
net.
It looked like he stopped playing for just a second, thinking his other shot might have been wide. And
Bob, I didn't see that you snuck back
I
in there.
snuck.
Welcome back.
I gave Brian the elbow, Brian Shee, that is, not you, and I'm back.
Brian's a great interview with Brian there. He's a really, really nice kid, very thoughtful, and looking forward to watching the rest of his college career and hopefully his pro career. And now Maloney in a bit of a hole here, down 15-40 in this service game, causing. This is much the same way he opened up the match with Brian Shee and got himself in trouble. Second serve now. Good second serving, gets the backhand error from Salazar.
Well, that previous drop shot attempt was a sort of a weak disguise where he faked himself out more than the opponent.
It was, and I don't see Maloney being the kind of player that has a lot of touch. And I gotta say, early in a match, I don't like to see him coming up with those shots. I want to see him setting the tone with his big serve and his big forehand. And just like that, with a big serve, so he's worked his way back to deuce in this game, and now it'll be deuce point. Salazar will choose to return on the ad side. Salazar, another one standing way back here, and I can say against Maloney, it's probably the right thing to do to stand that far back. But Maloney, what an angle Maloney!
What a way to get out of trouble!
What a way to get out of trouble! And having a big serve like that, man, it is just a absolute necessity to have in the game these days to get out of trouble in those situations like that. So now we're at 1-1 on the first set. Jose Salazar to.
I would say though, Brian, that Maloney, it's 1-1, Zoe. Maloney does have a deceptively good backhand drop shot. Yesterday we saw quite a few. Today, not so many. Not so many. I don't think the opportunities presented themselves. But he can really put some slice on it and make that ball die with good disguise.
Okay. Well, I have seen him hit a number of sharp slice backhands. I don't recall him hitting a drop shot off the backhand side, but I could see that happening. And there, Salazar just uses a big backhand to drive Maloney off the court, and Salazar now serving at 15-all in this first set, 1-1. And you have to think that Salazar's got to be a whole lot fresher than Maloney, and that's gotta benefit him. Didn't look so much there, but Salazar came up a little lame on that forehand, but down fit. So Salazar in a little bit of a hole here at 15-30. Salazar doesn't have that big serve to get him out of trouble like Maloney does. He's got some other weapons, right, Bob?
For sure.
But not that big serve. Like a big kick. Oh, wow, Maloney just got around that and walloped it. But Salazar played great defense, and now he's back at neutral.
There it is.
Oh, there's that drop shot. There's that backhand drop shot. And Maloney, really, really tough lob. And that almost came and whacked us up here in the booth, that slam by Maloney. What a great point. Salazar did get that point back to neutral, but then Maloney hit that beautiful drop shot to open up the court. Another great lob over the backhand shoulder of Salazar.
Zoe
Maloney's got 2 break
serving.
points. And Maloney hits a screamer down the line to break Salazar. Now Maloney's got the early edge in this first set here. Maloney, really after that, a couple loose errors, really came up, stepped up. He hit 3 big serves to hold, and then all of a sudden the momentum shifts and he breaks Salazar fairly easily.
Well, that last point was a thing of beauty. He played the return of serve back extra soft, what I would call second gear for these guys, sort of sending Salazar the message, all I'm going to do is keep it in play. And then Salazar hits it back and he rifles the next ball. The change of pace from one ball to the next there was really beautifully done.
Excellent. And we just got a comment from Manuel Barretovania, who Maloney beat yesterday. And Manuel is pulling for Maloney to pull this thing out. He says he's putting his money on Maloney.
Wow.
So, and I'd say early on, look, Maloney is taking the early advantage, but we all know that Salazar is, as experienced he is not done, not even close yet to done. So,
so pretty much anyone he plays, maybe if Gary were healthy, that would have been different. But Maloney, I believe, in this match can also go forehand to forehand and create difficulty.
I agree with you on that. And Maloney with the big serve gets the short ball and the easy put away. Now, I believe, I might be mistaken, but I believe the year that Gary won the wild card tournament for the New York Open, I think he did play Maloney in that tournament, maybe in the finals. I could be wrong about this, but I think he did beat Maloney in that tournament on a fast indoor hard court. But that was, Maloney quite a bit younger than Gary and was still growing at that point. And I think Maloney over the last couple of years, his first 2 years in college, despite having a fairly serious injury to his foot last year and missing several months, Maloney has really, really improved his serve, his game. He's gotten taller, it seems like, and expecting big things. Like I said, expecting big things out of him, and they're fortunately.
That was the right ball to hit a drop shot. The target was not good. He should have put the ball right in front of him so he could cover the court if it weren't perfect. When he hits it over there, he has to hit a winner or he's in trouble.
That's a good point, Bob. So now he's serving at 30-15. And he pushes that forehand a little bit long, yeah. But he had the opening there. So now we're at 30-all in this game. And I think Maloney maybe he thinks okay, I'm going to take a shot on a few points, maybe if I miss, but I can always come up with the big serve. And, probably a lot of the times he can't, but he can come up with that big serve. But here now, we're at 30-all. He's missed the first serve, so let's see what happens here. But, it's tough to play with fire over and over again and still pull out the match.
That's the one.
And that was an excellent point there by Maloney. I would have liked to see him come in either on the first ball he hit down the line, the first inside in forehand, or even the second. But he got himself in position to hit a easy winner there, 40-30. Goes for the big wide serve, a little long.
What a tremendous shot that was.
Tremendous shot down the line by Maloney, and Maloney is in the driver's seat now in this first set, up 3-1 with a break.
Okay, so I would say a couple things here. Number one, he has a good plan that he doesn't want to get rallying back and forth with Salazar. And I think he's trusting, like you were just saying, that even if he misses that last shot, he's still serving the next point, and he's got to serve to get him out of trouble.
I think you're right. And now
he definitely wants some shorter points here against Salazar.
And Salazar's giving it to him. That's that mistake there by Salazar. We did not see Salazar making those kind of mistakes in the match against Shi.
No, did not.
So now Salazar serving at love 15, down 1-3, serving to stay in this first set.
Jeez.
Oh, and there Maloney just beat Salazar to his own game. So Maloney with a big opening here, love 30. Salazar serving to stay in the first set, but Maloney with the big opening here on Salazar's serve. If he can somehow close out this first set, without too much trouble, it would be a big for Maloney. Oh, that was just a great forehand there by Salazar.
Little bit of a chicken return there.
A little bit of a chicken return.
The serve wasn't that good, too.
And when you say chicken, you mean he didn't get any extension on his backhand?
Or enough racket speed. He could have. He put it. That was more like second gear, and he could have gone after it. The other second gear one where he was successful was nice and deep. That one landed right in the middle of the court.
Good point. Now Maloney will get a look at a second serve here at 15:30. And wallops a forehand, and he was a little bit slow getting up to that short ball, and let it drop a little bit too low. Couldn't pull it over the net, so now we're at 30.
Love that
30
return.
But like I said, you have to expect that you're going to have to hit another shot. And Maloney, I don't think Maloney thought he was going to have to hit another shot there. And Maloney sets up again the inside-in forehand and just gets the spacing on that forehand is just absolutely beautiful. He gets it out in front. The rotation that he hits going through the ball, absolutely fantastic. And now sets up a break point, a set point. Get a look at another second serve. This time Salazar gets it to the Maloney backhand. Salazar moves Maloney side to side and gets
good movement.
Error from Maloney. So now we're going to have a deuce point, and let's see which side Maloney's going to take it on the deuce side. Wants to avoid Salazar being able to draw him way out wide. Good return and a good reply. And the error from Salazar cost him the first set. So Maloney takes the first set of this championship match 4-1. We're going to come back. Maloney's going to get to serve to open up the second set in after the changeover.
1-4.
And
4-2.
There looked like Salazar never really got comfortable in
7.
that first set. There weren't many longer points, and Salazar never really got any kind of rhythm going there. Maloney putting in a lot of big serves. And what do you think Salazar has to do to get back in this match, Bob?
Well, typically, as a type, when you play someone who's an outstanding attacker, they're not great defenders. They're okay. I think Salazar has to try to find a way to pick on Maloney's backhand. We've seen in the past that it can be a little vulnerable, but so far in this match, particularly that one up the line that he's nailed a couple times, it's been spot on. But I think you got to make him hit more balls there.
Okay.
In a more defensive posture.
Okay, well, we're going to start the second set right now. Let's see if Salazar can get back in this match. Oh, Maloney went for the forehand drop shot there, and I think that's the third forehand drop shot he's missed, right? It was not a bad shot there. He just kind of stood up straight and never really he had no chance. But Salazar was pretty far off the court there. Wow, he got Salazar way off the court there.
If you want to send a message or you make the idea no chance, you take that ball with your forehand if you're Maloney and you pound it in the corner and remind Salazar that if he plays like that, he has no chance. You want to give that message? Yeah, that's no chance.
That's a good point. See, I look at it, I think Maloney was setting him up there because Salazar does that later in the match, and then Maloney maybe it didn't because he did it again, but now Salazar maybe is going to go to that on a big point, and it's Maloney's going to crush the forehand, but he's got to hold it in this game first. Now 15-30, and again get Salazar way off the court, and
that's the way you play if you're Maloney.
That was he steps in and rips again an inside-in forehand. 30 all.
That's the way you play.
And that is just amazing first strike tennis there.
Would you have liked to seen another drop shot there, Brian? Or
no, absolutely not. Not from that position on the court. But he just ripped that forehand.
I was just teasing, obviously, but
I got you.
Great play by Maloney.
And
a
wow,
great serve.
Maloney again gets himself out of trouble with a couple big serves. And is frustrating Salazar. Now, that's surprising because one of Salazar's teammates in college was a guy named Mike Redlicki.
What was his name?
It was a guy named Mike Redlicki who played head of Salazar for the University of Arkansas. In fact, Redlicki and Salazar played together last week in the Richardson.
Yes,
and won the
I
Richardson.
looked him up. 6'8".
6'8", huge, absolutely huge serve. I watched Redlicki play an absolutely fantastic match in the finals of the National Indoor Intercollegiate at the National Tennis Center a few years ago, where he beat Mikhail Torpegard of Ohio State. And that's not the first. What my point is, that's not the first time that Salazar is facing a big server who can get himself out of trouble. So I'm a little surprised about how frustrated Salazar is. Perhaps he's so frustrated because he had an opening there, but he's got to start taking care of his serve and, like you said, making Maloney work a little bit. And that was back in another error from Salazar. And I got to tell you, Maloney really moves very well on the hard true, and you wouldn't expect that from a kid that grew up in New York. Will probably spent most of his career playing indoor hard courts, maybe a little bit on hard true in the summer. Even indoor hard true is not the same as outdoor hard true. So, but again, Maloney did have a very strong
right
result.
off the line.
Right off the line, and he had a very strong result at the National Clay Court Tournament, and now Salazar talking to himself, and I think he's talking to himself in Spanish. As far as I know,
I would
that's the
just
only
say,
other
I mean,
language he speaks.
If I were Salazar, if Salazar had my mind, I'd be thinking right now, okay, I'm trailing in this. I'm not going away by any means or getting frustrated, but even if I lose this match, I have the super tiebreaker coming up.
That's right.
And I think I'm a better pressure player than Maloney. I think I'm going to hold up much better.
That's
so
right.
He shouldn't be panicking at this point, because the big picture is, even if he loses this match, a lot of people would still look at him as the favorite in the super tiebreaker.
That's a good point, and what Bob is referring to, that again, this being a double elimination tournament, and Salazar not having lost yet. So if he does lose this match, he and Maloney will play a super tiebreaker for the championship.
It could even be 30-40. I'm not sure.
It is now 15-30. And Salazar with another bad backhand wide. Brings up Maloney will get a couple of break points here. Oh, I'm sorry. That was actually
That's
low
game.
40. So
he
that
did
is
break
game.
him. It was 15-40.
So Maloney now in firm control of this
30-40, I'm
match.
sorry. So it's game. 2-love Maloney.
That's a Maloney now up.
Mm-hmm.
Maloney now up 2-love with a break in this second set, up 1-0. And again, if Maloney does pull this out, these two players will play a super tiebreaker for the championship. Another big serve out wide from Maloney, and he went again to the drop shot, but that would handle that one. That was half drop shot, half chip.
I don't know. If I have his forehand, I'm putting that shot in the closet for a while, and letting it.
Now Maloney serving up 15-love, 2-love in this second set, having won the first, and looks like he's got. Looks like he has Salazar on a rope there, and that's not necessarily a comfortable position for Maloney to be playing that long of a point, but he was in a position there. But it just shows you that Salazar is more comfortable grinding it out than Maloney is. About 15 all here in this game, with Maloney serving up 2-love. Oh, and Salazar hit just a nice flick forehand up the inside in line, and may have been a little bit of a mishit because he waved his racket at Maloney's so as to indicate
he handles that low one really well. I've seen
really
him hit
does.
that similar shot a couple other times in the matches.
He does. And Maloney goes back to his play there for the inside in, and Salazar couldn't come up with the defense, so now Maloney's serving at 30 all. What a big serve by Maloney there. And Salazar had no shot. So 40-30. Game point to go up 3-love for Maloney. Wow. And that's the Maloney play, the big serve and the forehand, right? He sticks to that. He's in good shape. Up 3-love in this second set.
Well,
Again, Maloney looking to close out this match and force a super tiebreaker for the championship.
After picking on Salazar's forehand corner repeatedly, when he finally does just go the other way, he knows there's no way anybody's going to be home because he's trained him to look the other way for the ball. So it's just that you have to mix it up just right, and right now Maloney is playing, to me, the perfect match for him.
I agree with you, Bob, but I also think a player at the level of Maloney could have put that ball anywhere he wanted. It was a soft, high ball down the middle of the court, and it was just ripe for Maloney's forehand. It's now Salazar serving down love 3, serving to stay in the match. Maloney hits that slice backhand just a little bit long. 15-love. Gets the backhand error from Salazar, and again, Salazar not happy with himself. 15 all.
I think he needs to be more aggressive.
I agree with you. I think he needs to stop making so many unforced errors. And that's a beautiful shot. But here what we might be looking at here, Bob, is the opposite effect of Salazar winning so easily to get to the finals here, winning, playing so little tennis. Maloney's played more tennis. He's probably feeling very confident about his game here, and Salazar maybe hasn't had a chance to work his way into the tournament because he has played so few matches. And we have do have two new comments. One from our regular listeners. Christina Kruglova says Maloney's play shows how important it is to have a good serve +1. You are 100% right, Christina. And Stephen Klurfeld, who was here before, I guess he's now at home watching this final match, says Salazar making 10 times the unforced errors he did versus Shi had totally cooled off. That's 100% right, Stephen. I think we just said that. And it not only has Salazar cooled off, but the temperature here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club has cooled off tremendously. The court now completely shaded over, the sun's setting, and Maloney serving for the match. Up 3-1 in the second set. And there's Salazar stepping into a backhand, playing with a little more authority in this point. Oh, Maloney really showed some range there. Played a few high balls to Salazar's backhand, and then was able to come up with a sharp, well-struck backhand cross court.
He's on fire. I mean, we've been watching him fire that backhand down the line, and that time he unleashed it cross court.
Now he's up 15-love, and I think Maloney's in a hurry to get to the super tiebreaker, the championship super tiebreaker, because he's playing so well. Oh, great play there by Maloney. And Salazar hit, it wasn't the easiest volley, but Salazar did not hit that ball very sharply. Probably could have struck it a little more sharply. Now we have a comment from Dan Wilson, my old friend Dan Wilson. Who says, absolutely agree, but let's see if Maloney can close and then keep it up and win the 10-point tiebreaker.
I think he hit the line.
And I didn't see who won that point, Bob.
Maloney got sort of a bad bounce there and whiffed on it. I think the ball hit the line, though, and skidded.
So now we're at 15-30. I'm sorry, 30-15 for Maloney. Up 3-1s, trying to serve out the match. Oh, and Maloney went for the forehand. He chopped it instead of he needed to come out a little bit more on it, but that was probably not the right time to go for that shot.
There's also, I happen to have a really good drop shot. One of the rules of that shot is you never miss it in the net. If you hit it a little too far, the other guy still has to come in and beat you.
Oh, Maloney with the stretch volley, and what a play there by Maloney, and Salazar ran all the way across the court, just couldn't get to it. And now we're arrived at a match point here for Maloney to force this championship into a super tiebreaker. And Maloney closes it out with the big forehand, and now we're going to see a super tiebreaker between these two for the championship.
There will be a break to sweep the court and get some new balls, or what's the status here?
Oh, I don't know what we're planning, but why? I mean, that would be crazy to sweep the court and take a break here. Just let them keep going.
But new balls might not be out of order, right?
I don't know. I think that would leave that up to the players on whether they want new balls for a super tiebreaker. That would be extremely live balls.
Mm-hmm.
For I would leave it up to them.
What's that?
So let's see if we can get some word on what it looks like. The players are staying on the court, so hopefully we're gonna get the super tiebreaker going here in a second.
I mean, I'm not a stickler about this. They decide whatever they want, but in the tournament draw sheet, it is a separate bracket. And
it's certainly a separate match.
That
but
suggests new balls for every match to me.
I don't disagree with you, but I would tell you, I just watched team tennis, world team tennis,
yes.
And sometimes that came down to a super tiebreaker, and there was no break. And also in the Atlanta tournament of the top Americans, again, that came down to a super tiebreaker, and there was no break for that, and these players are not taking a break. I mean, so now we're starting the super tiebreaker with Salazar serving the first point. Maloney with the sharp backhand. Wow, Maloney with the big forehand that he's used over and over again, and gets the mini break at the first point of this super tiebreaker. And Bob, I think the reason that they would not want new balls is new balls for a super tiebreaker would be very lively, and you wouldn't get a chance to really work.
I'm fine either way. I'm not.
I got to tell you, the reason I think that is because once in a super tiebreaker in a national 35 and over tournament, we did elect to get new balls for a super tiebreaker, and it was the wrong move.
Mm-hmm.
Because wow, big serve there by Maloney. Maloney goes up 2-0, so he is still on fire. Salazar taking his time getting the ball from Maloney here. I guess Salazar probably should have wanted the break to cool Maloney down, but they wanted to keep going. Dan Wilson just makes a good point that if Maloney keeps hitting backhands like he did on the first point, that no way he's going to lose with the strength of his serve and his big forehand. What a kick on that second serve there. But Maloney misses the forehand a little wide. It looked like he was a little off balance there, and so Salazar now serve at 1-2 in this championship super tiebreaker.
I mean, Maloney's hit so many good forehands, you can't be critical of him, but that one again, he seemed to tense up his body a little too much and mishit the ball.
I agree. Oh, Salazar with the big kick serve out wide. Maloney unable to handle it, and now we're at level at 2-all in this championship tiebreaker. Oh, Maloney stood up a little straight on that backhand.
He didn't move his feet.
Now he's down 3-2 in this tiebreaker. He'll have the next two serves, though. I'll tell you, though, that was a pretty short second serve there from Salazar. The Maloney stepped in and ripped, but Salazar was able to play some good defense there to get back in the point. Maloney serving down 2-3 in the super tiebreaker. And wow, what a not an easy ball to handle. That big lob off the huge out wide serve.
He did it perfectly though. Got it when it was still above the net, and he hit a short volley, so there was no chance to run it down.
Not only did he hit a fantastic short angle volley.
Yeah,
really tremendous.
I mean, I can't think of a better ending to this event than what we're all witnessing right now.
I would agree with you, Bob.
Obviously, two of the best players ended up getting to the finals, and they're putting on a great show.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Now we're at 3-all in this super tiebreaker as the players change sides. Big out wide serve in the corner there from Maloney, and he's just pushing Salazar around the court, gets the easy overhead. So Maloney up 4-3 now. Salazar will have the next two serves.
Maloney did a great job there using that open court once he created it, set up the easy overhead.
Maloney just hit a screamer.
Five, 4. We've lost Brian. He jumped up and down in the booth here and disconnected his mic, so we're trying to get him back. Broke a string. And we're at 5-all. And there Maloney did not use the open court. He went to go in behind his opponent. Maybe out of the corner of his eye realized he'd be in position and made an error. And he made one of those drop shots. All right, keep trying. It's sooner or later it comes true. That was an excellent serve, though, to set things up. 5-6.
Testing. Okay, now my mic is back on. I felt very out of my element there without being able to be heard. I felt silenced by the law there, Bob. And here I am back. Now we have tournament director Brad confirming the call, and now we're going to switch sides. Maloney up 7-5 in this super tiebreaker. Wow, that was a tough couple minutes there for me, Bob. I really felt silenced, and
we have a couple therapists here, but maybe the wrong kind to help you deal with that.
Bob, I can assure you there have been many therapists who've tried to help me in my life, different kinds.
Okay.
And there is nothing you can do about that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Salazar serving down 5-7 in this super tiebreaker here. Second serve. A very weak second serve from Salazar. Maloney just puts it back. Oh, and Salazar gets the net cord off that backhand and
wow,
gets the point. So now Maloney serving up 7-6. He'll have two serves here, so he has a chance to take full command of this super tiebreaker.
If you're Salazar now, you'd be happy getting 1 out of 2 here.
That's the goal for Salazar. Ideally, you want to get the first one and put some pressure on Maloney, but he will. The goal is to get 1 of the 2. Okay. Now Maloney missing a first serve.
Second, he missed the first serve, yeah.
Missed the first serve, so we're going to look at a Salazar's going to get a look at a Maloney second serve here. Oh, and Maloney just unloaded on a inside-in forehand. He was almost outside the doubles alley there, and he got down low and just the racket speed on that. The forehand was incredible.
Beautiful play.
So 8-6 now, Maloney. Oh, Maloney just punished 3 or 4 forehands there, and we hit an inside-out forehand there for the first time that I can remember, but it came at the right time. It was absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Got around the ball and just struck it hard, Bob.
He did, and he set it up with that forehand-to-forehand exchange where he finally got the short ball he wanted.
So now he'll have 4 match points, or 4 championship points here for Maloney. And he'll get another look at a Salazar second serve. Salazar goes with the big kick out wide. Going backhand here, and Maloney now. Salazar.
What a recovery from Salazar.
What a recovery there from Salazar. Maloney was in
Match
control of that point.
Down.
Looked like Maloney hesitated a little bit. He got caught in between about whether to go in or stay back, and
Well, he also went inside out. He's been hitting that winner in the forehand corner all day.
He did.
But you don't want to second guess him. He hit it well, but
he sure did.
Yeah.
And he certainly has the ability to either go inside in or inside out. Now, Salazar serving at 7-9. Oh, and on
And it
match
doesn't
point,
go over.
it doesn't go over.
And
It
it's
clips the
9-8.
top of the net. So now Maloney will see a match.
Third
point on
match
his serve.
point.
Where do you think Maloney's going to go here, Bob?
I think he's going to kick him out wide, and there's a small threat of a serve and volley here at this point in the match.
I was thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I think he's going to go out wide, but I don't think he's going to serve and volley. Oh, he did go out wide there, and toss was a little low there. Get a second serve here, and I'm sure he's going to go out wide here. And wow, got a heck of a kick on that. The inside in to close out the match, and Patrick Maloney does it the hard way and comes back to win the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout. What a fantastic performance by Patrick Maloney here today.
And what a perfect finish. That was his signature shot of this match. He hit it well in other matches, but it went to a whole new place here. It was really spectacular.
That was his signature shot. It was a fantastic performance by Patrick Maloney. Came through the back draw, the loser's draw. Played a lot of tennis this weekend to win the tournament. And Salazar, you can hear, is a little upset. And really, congratulations to Patrick Maloney for pulling off a great performance here.
And then 5 minutes for Jose in the booth. Okay. Quick interview, and then 5 minutes for Patrick in the booth, and if it goes a little more. Okay.
Okay.
Do you mind if I do Patrick? Is that okay?
That would be fine.
Okay.
So we just got word that we're going to have a short trophy presentation here. I don't know if we'll be able to hear it on the stream, and then we're going to get to interview both Patrick Maloney and Jose Salazar. I believe Bob will interview Patrick, and maybe I'll interview Jose, and then we'll wrap up the coverage here today. But thanks everybody for joining us. I've had an absolute fantastic time commentating this event along with my co-host Bob Cheviar. Again, the first time that we've ever done this, and thanks to our producer Philip Oler, our tournament director Brad Breakstone, Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, all the sponsors. What a fantastic event this was, and some really high-level tennis this weekend. And Bob, thank you for being such a fantastic co-host.
Oh, I enjoyed working with you as well. I mean, it's really something when you and I are both ad-libbing this whole thing, and it turned out okay, I think. So, well done.
Really gives us hope for a bright future, right?
Yeah.
It's actually hard to believe this is the most normal weekend I've had during the course of this pandemic, and I thank everybody here at Chestnut Ridge for asking me to do this, allowing me to do this, and it's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
We've seen some incredible tennis this weekend. And so now we're getting a look at the draw here, so we'll move Maloney to the final line by himself, and wow, what a performance by Patrick Maloney here today. Came in unseeded from this event, had his college his sophomore year of college cut short because of the pandemic.
Still watching, thank you very much for tuning in. Before we do the trophy presentation, I want to thank all the people that made this event happen, starting with our broadcasters and our producer in the booth, Philip Oler, Bob Cheviar, and Brian Miser. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you for letting us do this, Brad.
Our tournament referees, helping us make the line calls and watch the matches were our Chestnut Ridge pros, and they call themselves the Lions. Adam Marianacci and Brad Mazie, thank you very much, tournament referees. We've been giving as much kudos as we can to all of our sponsors during the event. We cannot thank you enough. You're the reason we have this. Thank you to our sponsors. We have 2 trainers that have been there for the players both days this weekend. Their arms and legs are going to be really tired from working on the players. Wojtek and Darius, thank you guys. And then last but not least, we had about 7 different high school and college players that were working this tournament, helping us out. 2 of them are right here with our trophies. Thank you, high school and college kids from Chestnut Ridge. Thank you guys very much. Without further ado, our runner-up, Jose Salazar. Come on up, Jose. And then our tournament champion, he had to win a lot of matches to get here. Jose couldn't have said it better after Maloney hit a few winners in a row. He hits the ball big and he didn't miss. That's pretty good. Patrick Maloney, thank you very much, Patrick. If anybody's still watching live, we're going to have a short interview with our runner-up, Jose Salazar, followed by our champion. They'll both be in the booth one at a time. So Jose will go first, and then Patrick. Thank you guys again.
For the wonderful presentation there, and we're waiting for Jose to come up into the booth, and I think Bob will step out for a second.
I'm going to step out.
I'll interview Jose, and then Patrick will come in, and Bob will interview Patrick. Then we'll wrap up our coverage here from Chestnut Ridge Racket Club up here in Mount Kisco. So now we're just waiting for Jose to come into the booth, and Philip will help Jose with the get set up with the microphone. So, Jose, thank you for joining us in the booth here today, and thanks for playing in this event. An absolute fantastic performance here today. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun. I miss competing a lot, so it's a great excuse to come out here and play a little bit.
I can imagine, Jose. I know now. I know you graduated from the University of Arkansas a couple of years ago. What are you doing now?
So I'm working at my Nursing Island Club.
Okay.
And I've been in the area for 4 years now.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you're a great addition to the Westchester tennis scene. I've been to nursing several times. And what a beautiful club it is, and I hope you're enjoying it there. I know you played in the tournament last weekend with your former college teammate Mike Redlicki, and took the Richardson title last weekend. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So tell us about your experience here at the 2020 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. In fact, you came through the winners draw not very easily, but. Without real incident, and you didn't get to play as much tennis as everybody else, and that could be both a curse and a blessing. And I think you ran into a absolute train rolling downhill from Patrick today, playing some incredible tennis. And Patrick played the most matches of anybody in this tournament.
So I play great tennis, and when I was playing Brian Shee, I was playing really good, 4-1, 3-1, and then. I got a little bit in my head how easy the match was going, so I started to think a little bit too much. And then things got very, very even. Then I was watching a little bit of the game with Patrick, and it looked good from the outside, but then when I got in there, he just got a really big game, and there was really nothing I could have done different, in my opinion, to get a little bit, pushing behind the baseline and get a little more in the offense side. His serve was too good. He changed the direction really well. Didn't give enough rhythm, played short points. So honestly, I give him all the credit. He played a great match, and then in the super tiebreak, he was always ahead, even though it was 10-8. So I'll give him all the credit because he really deserved to win.
That's I don't think he could have said it better. I mean, Patrick, we watched several of Patrick's matches this week, and he got better as the tournament went on. And I think he capped it off with his signature play, the big serve out wide, and then the inside in forehand. And man, he was just hitting it big, and it seemed like sometimes isn't it true? Sometimes when somebody is playing like that, you just have to say too good.
Too good. And the worst part is I'm just going to go on the ride back home, and I don't know what I would have done differently. It's one of the first, probably the first time I'm going to go home, and I don't know what to change because, again, the serve was too bouncy, got too high, and then on the return he did enough to put enough pressure. And again, all the credit goes to him.
Well, I know that car ride home, Jose, very, very well. It's been about 20 years since I competed, really, really, really competed. And I can tell you, I still have those car rides home, and I still think about those car rides home. I probably had a lot more of those car rides home. I looked at your record. I had a lot more of those car rides home than you did. And man, I feel for you with that. But I think you're just a great example of a great player, and we're glad to see you come out here. And like I said, I think you're a fabulous addition to Westchester and the Westchester tennis community, and I hope you stay around. Now, I want to ask you, I want to shift focus a little bit, but what was it like playing for Andy Jackson in college?
Oh, I absolutely love it. He completely changed me as a player. We work on a lot of stuff. I remember going early mornings with him. We really put the work together, and with Nestor, the assistant coach, we were a great team, and it was probably the best change and the best coaches staff I ever had, and that's the reason I played really good in college.
That's it. That's interesting. Yeah, I know. I've known Andy for many years, and knew him from when he was back at Mississippi State, back when I was playing college tennis, and has always been a very successful coach. Coaching at 3 different schools in the SEC for everybody out there that doesn't know that, and he's been around a long time. But now you made a decision at some point in your college career to transfer from Oklahoma to Arkansas. What brought upon that switch?
I was playing really low in the lineup in Oklahoma. And my first decision was to go to Arkansas, but had 2 buddies in Oklahoma, so changed my mind last second. Then when Arkansas came up again, then Andy called me, and he really told me how much we're gonna work. He was so excited to get finally get me there, and I didn't really think about it twice. So I definitely made the right choice. I had a lot of fun in Oklahoma, but it was the right decision for me, and it was the right change. I play much higher. And with Mike, we really took the program to the next level. And again, Andy has been like a father to me, and we're still in touch. We still talk a lot, and I can only say great things about that guy.
That's fantastic. I'm so glad to hear you had such a positive college career. I myself, and still to this day, I graduated college. My last year eligibility was 1997, so almost 23 years ago already. And I still go to a lot of college tennis matches and still follow my team, and I love it. And I love to hear stories about guys like you that really enjoyed their college tennis career. And we need more of that. And again, thank you for joining us here this weekend. Hope you had fun, and hope to see you back at the next one. I think it'll be in January or
I really had a lot of fun. I just wish it could have been like single eliminations, and then I could have taken the title with me. That's the only but I have to put into the whole tournament. But no, kidding. It was a lot of fun. So thank you so much for having me.
You were a little bit of a victim of your own success here, right? So, but man, what an interesting format. And again, thank you for coming, and I look forward to seeing you at the next one.
Thank you so much.
And I think Brad's got a little gift for you here that he'd like to present, $700 to you, and use it well.
Thank you. I'll try not to spend it all in once.
Okay, well, thanks again, Jose, for joining us. Now Bob's going to step back in and interview Patrick, and then we'll wrap up our coverage here today.
can just hold it to here like this, if that's okay.
It's fun.
The little thing came off. It's still working? Okay. So congratulations, Patrick. That was a fantastic. That was a fantastic performance,
Thank
really.
you.
I saw something special yesterday when I saw you play tennis for the first time for me, but the way you played this final, you took it to a whole new place. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on out there for you?
Yeah, well, I thought I played pretty well against Brian yesterday. I thought it was 2 or 3 points that made the difference in the match, and then today I came out and I just got good rhythm. I got 2 matches in under my belt. I played Gary, and then I played another guy, and they kind of gave me different looks. Gary gave me more big serves. The other guy grinded a little bit, so I kind of got all my shots going, and then by the time I got to the final, I just felt like every shot I wanted to go for, I was executing. My serve, I didn't serve. I don't think I hit as many great aces and stuff as the first couple of matches, but I think my first serve percentage was really good. I think I used my kick serve a lot against him, and that worked, so I just stuck to that and just kept going after, and it worked out.
Yeah, I was saying up here in the booth on match point, when you hit that inside-in forehand, that was the signature shot of the match for you.
Yeah.
And the fact that you won it with that shot, it makes it sort of special to me that the thing that worked so well was also the final point, especially under pressure, was 9-8 in the super tiebreaker.
Yeah, that was definitely cool to see. You know, I used that throughout the whole match, and then close to the end, I had another opportunity to do it, and I decided to go inside out, and he made a get. He made a really good get, and after that point, I said next time I get a forehand, I'm definitely going inside in, definitely going with the shot that I'm comfortable with. And
well, that's exactly what I was saying up here in the booth.
Yeah.
I was very surprised when you went inside out on that one and allowed him to get you a little stretched out.
I tried holding it to see if he would guess, and he didn't really move. He kind of just reacted instead. So he got there and he put me on the defense right away. And
really, what a fantastic match. So, when you were a kid growing up and first starting to play tennis, about how old were you when you got the idea that, ooh, I'm really pretty good at this, I could be a special player?
A lot of coaches always told me and told my parents that from when I was probably 9 or 10 years old. They always told my parents, that kind of stuff. But I didn't really see any great results until I was about 16 or 17.
Oh, wow.
I was 14, 15. I would always find myself, playing a good match and then end up going for dumb shots. So and I switched coaches when I was 16, worked on the tactical and the way of approaching the game a lot more. And then I think I learned how to play tennis, really how to learned how to play, how to compete. So when I was probably 16 or 17, I started seeing good results, and then I was and then off to college and stuff. So.
Yeah. So, only Patrick and I know this. When yesterday or today when he showed up, I offered him a free copy of my book because I thought he showed a lot of potential from the way I saw him play yesterday. But after watching this final, I'm thinking I need to write a whole other chapter because he just taught me something about what is really, really good tennis. I want to congratulate you again. You're a great young man, and I wish you a lot of luck in your tennis future and your whole future. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, now it's Brian Meisner. I'm back in the booth here with my co-host Bob Chevier. We're going to take a look at the full final draw of the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout. Patrick Maloney pulling out a huge win over Jose Salazar in the final match. It came down to Patrick Maloney having to win a match and then a super tiebreaker to pull out the championship match. what a fantastic weekend of tennis. We saw some incredible high-level tennis here today and yesterday up at Chestnut Ridge in Mount Kisco. We're going to wrap up our coverage here after interviewing Patrick and both Jose, the two finalists. And I want to say thank you to Bob for joining me as the co-host for this event.
Thank you, Brian. It was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun putting this together. And Philip, thank you for producing this event. You did an absolute fantastic job. And I don't think I could have had a better experience in my first role as my first time as a commentator. Thank you to the sponsors. Couldn't have done this without you. We couldn't have brought these players in, and thank you for supporting such an event. And a lot of other people that we want to give special thanks to, Wojtek, Romerowitz, Darius, and everybody else down the line there. And, of course, the tournament director and director of tennis here at Chestnut Ridge, Brad Braystone. Thank you, Brad. These events just keep getting better and better, and can't wait for the next one. And, of course, again, there's Philip Oler, the live stream producer and director. Philip's URL is at the bottom, and check him out. And I can tell you it's been a pleasure to work with Philip, and I hope we get to do it again. And I think that's about it. Do you have any parting words, Bob?
Well, yeah, Philip, he had to do everything here. Bring microphones back from the dead and resurrect them.
That's
and
true.
All sorts of other work like that.
So critical moments in the super tiebreaker.
He did a great job, and it was a pleasure working with him. I had a blast.
And as did I. So we're going to take one last look at the full draw for the 2020 Summer Pro Shootout. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you to all the fans that came out and joined us in public and kept respectable social distancing and wearing masks, and we really appreciate it. It was a big help in bringing tennis back to Westchester, and I can't say enough. Thank you again. Have a great evening, and get out there and hit some tennis balls and enjoy yourself on this wonderful weather.
Thank you, everybody.